which kills evil in this valley of the dark. So walk with us through it. Come on, now let's start. Every time you show love, your spirit will soar. The angels rejoice as they cry out for more. More of your giving, more kindness and love. Doing more for others as hearts rise above the hate and the fear the world wants to bring is useless against you as your spirit it sings. Because this army is strong, even though they act soft. Every sword used against them, its aim will be off. Every blow, every strike will always falter. This army bows only to the Father's great altar. Bring in the crusaders, bring in those who give. Bring in the peacemakers and those who protect kids. There is no match for this army of good. Send heathens and thieves right back to the hood. Strike out with violence if you feel that you must, but your swing will fall short, bullets crumble to dust. You may win the battle, but you won't win the war, because this army right here brings so much more to the table. We gather with sword and shield, we fight hatred with kindness, and the world is healed. We strike cold into the hearts of those who prefer hate, because our hearts are true and our spirits won't break. Bring in the crusaders, bring in those who give. Bring in the peacemakers and those who protect kids. Bring in the great ones who are wise and true. Bring in the intelligent who can always see through. Ooh, 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 in this war for truth, the end is foretold. It's a victory of hearts who come into the fold. Welcome all friends whose hearts are true, spirits are pure. We need all of you.
Happy Thursday, everybody. Happy Thursday. I wanted to say Friday because it feels like Friday for me personally. I get tomorrow off. I'm so excited. We have a long weekend. We're doing a search with Layla Santinello's search team this weekend, which I'll be honest with you will be a nice break from what's been going on recently. And I had to take the time tonight. I took 2 hours here before the live because there's a lot I want to cover. This is sensitive stuff. This is difficult stuff. Everyone's been emotional. All of our friends out there, some of you in here, there's a lot of drama and infighting and just craziness going on. And I typically have tried not to respond. There were a couple community posts where I did respond, and you'll notice I thank you guys for seeing the approach I'm trying to take, which is essentially a positive one, even when someone's attacking. Because I read a quote that really hit me hard, and it made me rethink how to respond to negative people. I'm so happy you've been a member that long, Nikki. And thank you to all the members, by the way, for supporting us. The quote goes, basically, it was a video I was watching about why it makes no sense to argue with stupid people, unintelligent people. And the quote was, unintelligent people do not argue to find the truth. They argue to establish dominance. And then it gave a bunch of advice on how to counteract the attacks of unintelligent people. And it's not about going at them with facts and evidence and trying to convince them because they don't care. You're not going to win with facts and evidence with people, with creators who simply want to argue, simply want the battle. They want the fight. So agree. So agree. And walk their logic all the way to its conclusion. Just agree and say, absolutely, this is how that would go. And it you're not disagreeing, you're not fighting, you're just saying, sure. And that's what that looks like. And eventually, when you paint what that theory that they're putting out there about you looks like, everyone recognizes how stupid it is and how ridiculous it is. And you haven't been negative, you haven't disagreed, you haven't fought. And so that's the approach when I do respond to anything. But the hardest thing for both Jen and I has been people we consider friends being attacked. I mean, this all started for me when Nana, who I consider, there are good people in the world, and I don't like to see good people attacked. And it kind of, yes, our family was getting mentioned and our daughters were constantly getting mentioned. Jen wanted me to step forward and say stuff which we just tried to ignore until Nana and then other people, Bad Log Files, a bunch of friends, locals just got attacked. And so I'm like, we can't just sit by anymore. It's been going on for years. Locals, not just Nana, not just our friends here, but one name after another they're looked at, they're dug into, and there's a cloud of suspicion that they try to form around local people. And then they're like, ooh, how sus. Maybe they're involved with Summer Wells. And it's one person after another. And you can't, at some point, if you believe in the truth and you believe in good people and you believe in your community and you love your community, being silent at that point is not the right thing to do. You can't stay silent. So that's why I decided to start interviewing. And the approach I'm taking, and it's 6 up if you're in here. Let me know if you're in here, because I'm going to get into some material that I know is very sensitive and very close to your heart. You talked to me a little bit about it in text, and I'm going to cover that, but I feel like I don't even know if you and I are on completely on the same side on that topic, but we're pretty darn close. And your insight, I think, and your background and your history and what you've been through, I think you would have some good insight. So I might invite you up when I talk about this. But interviewing Bill Shipley was the first of many of the approach I want to take, because I realized that these attacks against Nana, against Bill Shipley, against every local, Steve, Pete Clark, like I've got a list here. And I'm realizing that those pointing the finger and those attacks and the fights, okay, cool. Hi, 6 up. And the fights with other channels, it's a tactic. It's a distraction tactic. If you can create enough smoke, you can block people from seeing what's behind the creator. You can prevent people. They're so focused on this drama going on that they don't go around the creator and see what they're trying to stop people from actually doing. I understand now, as I'm watching this drama, the lawsuits, the I don't know, copyright crap back and forth, constantly just vicious back and forth. And I'm watching, and there's always someone in the background, either whispering or quietly mumbling. And I'm watching this and I'm like, that creator is a shield. The creator is being used as a shield, letting herself be used as a shield. And I am not going after the creator. I'm never going to. I'm not going after the creator. It's a waste of time. It's a distraction. It's useless. The right thing to do is to focus on what would help Summer's case. And what would help Summer's case is, and it's dawned on me the other week, I have not covered Fred Hill often, every now and then, because I knew that every time I cover, and this also confirmed my thinking, every time I would cover something about Fred, whether it was at one point I found like a Virginia crime that had happened, which identified him as being in Virginia around the time he got out of jail. And so I'm like, okay, I'm going to put this in a community post. And every single time that I mentioned Fred or post anything about Fred, it's like a week or two of vicious attacks against Jen and I. I think a lot of the times that our daughters were mentioned usually followed when I dug into something and put up something about Fred. Now, Fred was a neighbor of Summers. Fred has been mentioned by Dawn and Candace in the beginning. I'm going to show some clips. It's really interesting about things Dawn and Candace were saying at the beginning about Fred, how that changed. And when I get into the Fred clips, I think I'm going to bring in Gavel Geeks, because we are thinking of doing a continuing, ongoing deep dive. And I want to analyze and dissect every single local he's mentioned, every single lie that he's told or disinformation that he's told, because it dawned on me that every one of these lies point you in a certain direction. And when you look in the opposite direction, I believe that's where the truth is. I believe that there's a purpose for those. When he points the finger at someone in a certain direction, I think the truth is in the opposite direction. And there is, like, I interviewed Steve. I've got Steve Miller. I did a full interview after the Bill Shipley one. And Steve, you guys are going to love it because Steve knows those people. Steve has lived in the area. He knew Fred. He bought rugs off Fred. And he debunked about 5 or 6 lies. And it's fascinating. I can't wait to put that one up. But at first, I want to share with you guys, we're covering the Zachary Lowe case. Zachary Lowe, the father of a small child who had been SA'd by a criminal, and this father went and killed him, unalived him, both shot and killed him. The community believes that it was a justified killing. The researcher I'm working with, Roy Hawkins, believes that it's even probably self-defense because he was trying to protect his daughter. And I was at the bond hearing. If you guys saw my live the other day, I was at the courthouse and covering the bond hearing. The prosecution asked for $1 million. Thankfully, the judge put the bond at $250,000, which is still high. And it's still very difficult for the family to come up with that money. And Roy, he called me last night. We were talking through like how we can help, but you can't use a GoFundMe because for violent crimes, you're not allowed to use GoFundMe to raise legal funds. So the family was scrambling and they found this site. I'm going to share it with you all. There's thankfully a way for people to help. I told him it's not good as a creator to try to do it as the middle person. It's never a good idea. People don't trust it. People don't trust GoFundMes, but this is the official family fundraising site. I'm going to I think I put a link in the description. So this is to help the family raise the $250,000. They're up to, earlier today it was about 800. So they're going up slowly. They've got a long way to go. The poor family wants him out of jail. They want to pay his bond, $250,000 for the bond. So if you feel compelled, if you feel called to help the family, feel free. If you can't, you can't. That's fine too. But I just wanted to share this for the family and give them some help with crowdfunding to get Zachary Lowe back home with his daughter. Yes, free Zachary Lowe. Okay, so back to Bill. The reason I interviewed Bill, normally I don't think the relationships like this are meant for the public. I don't think family crisis like this are meant for public consumption. It's not drama. It's not entertainment. When you're talking about potential violence, potential toxic relationships, it shouldn't be in the public. Like this, if you put something like that out in the public, it impacts not just those involved, it impacts the family. There are family members that were all part of this trauma that was caused by this really difficult relationship. And when that gets put out on YouTube, it hurts a lot of people, not just the 2 people involved. And there's by talking about a toxic relationship, by talking about Bill and his wife or girlfriend at the time, Kelly, by talking about their relationship, how does that help Summer? How does it get us any closer to understanding what happened to Summer? I think there was a reason for talking about this relationship and bringing it up. And I will tell you right off the bat, I don't blame Kelly. I know that Bill yelled at both Kelly and Ziggy for making it public, for talking lies about him. I don't think Kelly intended that to happen. I don't think that Kelly thought it would blow up into what it did. I'm not just saying this speculating. Kelly reached out to me earlier today, and I asked her. She was like, this thing he said wasn't true. You know, the back and forth, the he said, she said. And what's important isn't who you believe, Bill or Kelly. It doesn't matter. It could have been, I mean, it could be true. What Kelly's saying, it could be true. Some of it could be true. Some of what Bill's saying could be true. Here's the thing about relationships. I'm going to give you an analogy. You're out with your friend, and this is a silly analogy. It's nowhere near close to a toxic relationship. But let's say you're out with your friends, and I'm going to use a really silly example. But and I'm going to use women as an example because actually women do this type of thing a lot. Let's say 5 women, right? 5 of your friends. You're there. You're at dinner with 5 of your friends, and one of your friends goes, I really can't stand people who drive red cars. Like, they always end up being just a piece of crap. You own a red car. You hear this comment from your friend and you take immediate insult. You feel like she's directly attacking you because you have a red car. And so, feeling like you're justified because you're under attack, you say, you know what? People with the vans are never successful in life. They're pieces of shit. Now your friend feels like you just attacked them for no good reason because maybe they didn't know you had a red car. And so she walks away. So now you've got 2 people who experienced this same experience, this collective, everyone was there. Everyone was there. Everyone was in the same event, but they had 2 very different lived experiences of that event. Their perception, your perception, everyone is like the hero in their life. And other people are villains most of the time, if you think about it. Because the 2 friends walked away thinking, why did they attack me like that? They're a piece of shit. I was just defending myself. Which one was right? Which one was wrong? It's all a matter of your lived experience, your perspective. So people in toxic relationships, their experience that they're saying, you can't say they're lying. You can't say what they said is a lie. They experienced it, and they described that relationship in the way they experienced it. The level of abuse. Maybe one person thinks that, oh, something I did doesn't constitute abuse. And the other person who was abused was like, I was severely, constantly, repeatedly abused. And maybe a crowd of 10 people will watch this toxic relationship, and I guarantee, or 100 people, and I guarantee those 100 people will not all agree on what constitutes abuse. Some will say emotional abuse is bad enough and horrible enough, and there's no excuse. You know what I mean? Like, it's everyone's perspective is different. And so the reason I wanted to interview Bill is because her side was out there. Six Up, do you want to come up for this? I started to cover it, and I just realized I do want your perspective. Let me, because I know you feel strongly about this, and I want to give you a chance to also give your thoughts, if you want to. I should not have worn a sweatshirt. I am so hot. I do have more clips of Bill tonight I'm going to play, by the way. I thought my camera wasn't recording at one point, so I've got some extra clips, and I pieced them together. So I'm going to show you some more of what Bill said. It's really funny. He talked about Don he gave more details around Don trying to go after him. We'll review that in a little bit. And so the way I look at it is the good example of this situation, and the reason I decided to get into this toxic relationship mess, which I normally wouldn't, is because if you look at the Johnny Depp, Amber Heard situation, Amber Heard came out publicly in the media and gave her side of the abuse, gave her side of their relationship. And what happened immediately is everyone saw Johnny Depp as a complete monster. It's the common reaction. And so time went on, and he lost jobs. His reputation went into the toilet until the point where he had had enough, and he decided he would use the court to allow the public to hear his perspective. In this situation, I knew that her side was out there. It was a side of a story that should not have been put out there anyway. I will tell you, when I asked Kelly, why did you put it out there publicly in the first place? She said, I did not research what I was getting into. I didn't know. She said she thought she was going to be talking to a few hundred people. She did not know it would blow up. She did not know that it would blow up and become this thing that everyone shared, and then the family's going to hear about it, and then Bill's going to get pissed off. She did not know. This was not Kelly's fault. This was a creator going to Facebook, stalking Bill's Facebook account, finding Kelly, going after Kelly, and getting her to share this story. And then I believe that the reason that was done was simply for the reason not to help Kelly, not to expose the relationship. It was to do a character assassination of someone that her and Fred wanted to paint a picture of, a monster who they believed was guilty of going after Summer, of taking Summer. That's what I believe. It was character assassination, and she was using the victim of this relationship, one of the victim of this relationship, to destroy Bill's character. That's what I believe. And it worked for a long time. So I decided, you know what? It's similar to, like I said, Amber Heard, Johnny Depp situation. I just wanted to give Bill a platform. To share his side of the story. You'll notice when I interviewed him, I said, I don't know what to believe, you guys. I don't have an opinion on their relationship. I don't have an opinion on who was abused and who wasn't, whether he did what she said, whether she did what he said. I don't know. And we don't need to know. It's not important. What's important is now that the story that should have been out there, you've got both sides out there. That's it. Now we can leave it alone, move away, leave this family alone. Both have their story out there now, unfortunately. Bill at least got to tell his side, and it's over. Yes, there's two sides to every story. There is. So that's what I believe happened. That's why I want to make it right. But the main reason I wanted to tell his story is because he was one of Fred's lies. I think they've denied it recently, that Fred never said that. Sure you guys have heard them accuse Bill. I'm pretty sure Bill was telling the truth when he said they accused him of being involved in Summer's case. That was the first one I went after. I wanted to be able to share this with you guys before I shared his interview, but everyone wanted me to publish Bill's interview immediately. So now I'm explaining why I did that, my stance on it. I do not take sides. If someone comes out and says, maybe Kelly makes the mistake of talking to the same creator, and maybe they find a charge or, I don't know, a document somewhere that proves that Bill did do what she said. They will come after me saying, oh, look, he's supporting an abuser. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm giving both sides of the story. I said, I don't know what to think. And those of you out there who want to take a side, I highly recommend taking this approach. Words are one thing. Bill said a lot of things, and you'll notice that when he said about his, God bless her, his wife who passed, God rest her soul, he mentioned about what happened in front of EMS. And when you hear someone talking about a situation, if you're interested in the truth, the best way to get to the truth is to listen to things that may carry evidence with it. So you'll notice as he was talking, he was like, the EMS showed up and they made this comment. They even put it on the report. And that to me was like, okay, if somebody wanted to prove his story was true, there's going to be evidence. Same with all the things Kelly said. If somebody cared to prove one side or the other, to me, it's a waste of time to prove one side or the other of this. But I'm just using this as an example of, if you're interested in the truth, if you're listening to a creator like myself or any other creator out there say something like, someone was guilty of attacking someone else. Well, there's going to be an assault charge. Like, always think of what's the evidence to support what they're going to say, and a FOIA would prove it or not prove it. somebody shouldn't make those claims without actually showing the evidence of what they're saying. But if they don't, if you're listening to a creator and they make a claim about anyone, default to not believing it. Ask them for the evidence. Believe only the things that you can touch. Imagine you're in a dark room, right? You're in a dark room. You can't see anything. Your eyes are closed, and you're told you need to figure out how to get out of the room. There's a voice over here, someone else in the dark, telling you that you're in a kitchen and there's an elephant in the middle of the room. And all you have to do is go left and the doors across the room. Are you going to just blindly walk, like listen to that person? Are you going to blindly follow what they're telling you with darkness and not having anything to validate what they're telling you, and potentially run into something sharp, trip, fall down a hole? Are you going to put yourself at risk like that? Or are you going to use your sensory perception? Are you going to use your hands, smell, hearing as you're walking? Are you going to try to make your way, find the wall? You know what I mean? Use not what people are telling you. Use what you can see, what you can touch, what you can prove with what you can find. And that's what the only thing you should believe are the things that are supported. And that's really important. And that's what I think that's a lot of what's wrong with what's going wrong in the Summer Walls community. And with all this drama, people are believing things without that evidence, without the supporting evidence. It's insane how bad that is right now. Okay, let's get to the Bill clips. I wanted to share this with you. I was going to play it from the StreamYard, but I realized it takes over the whole screen and I can't talk about. Yes, yeah, that's part. Yes, and I think that's part of there's also the community, is if he says something, it's enough. And it's built this stockpile of victims in the community who've been either vilified or suspicion cast on them simply by what one man said, without anything to support it. No proof, no documents, no pictures, no video of someone on the road, no nothing, just words, just claims. Don't do that. Don't believe that, you guys. And if you have been believing it, start asking for proof, please. Okay, Bill Shipley. I had my camera on the first time I interviewed him. Yeah, and I thought that it was I got through this all the way to where he was explaining about the Don situation. You'll see that when he was explaining how Don ran him over, attempted to run him over, cuts off quick because I looked at my phone and the microphone from when I had interviewed Steve was still plugged in and I thought it wasn't recording. I'm like, oh, we got to do this over. So I went back, and then the interview you guys saw was the second take where I repeated what I asked them and we went through it again. And then I was editing and I'm like, oh, wait, the sound's working. And he said additional stuff. He did go after them again. I almost didn't play that part because we've had an earful of Bill already. But again, you'll see in this clip, I told him, I'm like, you know what? It's been years since you've been attacked. You have every right to have your say. This will be it. I'm not planning on doing this constantly. We're going to other people. Next is going to be Steve. I'm going to go down the list of lies, the list of people that have been suspicion put under them by Fred. And we are going to figure out, number one, the truth about whether the lie is true or false. And Steve already cleared up about 5 of them. In one case, a person who passed away and couldn't defend themselves. But then we're going to do an analysis after we just debunk the lie and try to figure out why the lie was told and what direction it actually points, because that could help us understand more about what actually could have happened in Summer's case. If Fred really does know, he may not. These lies may just be tall tales and pointless, but they could direct us in the right direction if we look in the opposite direction. So I'm going to play this Bill about 2 minutes. I don't know if they're still together on the Hill. I haven't talked to Don I haven't texted him in a long time. He hasn't texted me. I don't know what he's up to or they're up to. I don't know if he'll still talk to me. Who knows? And I hope you guys can hear this. I'm going to see if I can turn up the sound. I think that's the biggest I can get it. I hope that's okay.
What else you want to talk about?
Well, we talked about Dawn. What? Have a seat on the other side of the shit. Let's do. So, if you were sitting here with Ziggy, what would you say?
Can I say it?
Ziggy and Fred. This is going to be unedited, you guys. So if any of you are sensitive to language, plug your. It's buffering a little. He is surprisingly. I don't know even if this one, if you use the normal language. Hey, tragedy pimps. When we weren't on camera, he was cursing up a storm, and like he kind of played it down a little on camera. It was well, not really. I mean, I think he did throw out a few F words. But yeah, it was this whole encounter, this whole interaction surprised me. I was expecting what I heard about him. You know what I mean? He's a monster. Both the women there were like, he is absolutely what's not vulgar, but just brutally honest. Maybe triggering, yeah. Blunt. That's the word I was trying to think of. Very blunt. And both of these women were like, do you like that in a man? And they're like, yeah, it's hot. One of them said, yeah, I like blunt men. It's hot. Hey, if that's your thing, all right. Your ears and all that stuff. I'm going to play this uncensored. Yeah. Go ahead.
If I had something to say to Ziggy, I'd say it's like this. You're a lying piece of shit. And all these YouTube fans of hers that give her money, all you're doing is supporting a drug habit of a user.
I don't know if I could share that, man.
She done it herself on there.
How did she?
When she took her head down that video dogging me out.
That though.
She done a lying in. That's how I can prove it.
Okay.
My family.
So the main reason I allowed him to say that was because what he just said was really funny. I mean, that was I don't know if I saw the video he's talking about. I don't think I did, but that was really funny. Hey, Miss Chewy, did she do that? I don't know.
Family even said, "Man, did she just do a line on her?" Family even said, "Man, did she just do a line on her?"
Well, yeah, she said enough shit about you. I'm going to allow you to have a voice too. So you're allowed to say that. And I
don't see you coming to Beach Creek, baby. You know where I'm at? I live right on the road at 368 Beach Creek Road. Come and see me your damn self.
It's a bunch of, there's trailers, there's a porta potty, there's
porta potties,
Summer Wells flyers.
Well, that's right. All of them's out there.
Thank you for putting those up, by the way.
I'll fly them everywhere. I want Summer found.
Man, that's a lot of buffering. What in the world? So he does live at the beginning of Light Hollow, this road that goes to this church. He's got a bunch of campers there. I'm surprised he gave his address. I guess he doesn't care if his address is out, but that's okay. He does have a huge banner of Summer Wells out there. I don't know who printed it, Nana. If that was you guys that gave that to him or if he did, but he does have a huge banner of Summer out there, and he says this to everybody. He wants the people who were involved in Summer going missing to burn in hell. He says that all the time.
I want Summer found. I don't want to say it this way, but whether she's deceased or not, I want her found, and I want the ones that done it to burn in hell.
You know, every local we talk to says the same thing.
I want it. I'm out pushing to get it done.
Somebody asked about. So Steve mentioned him using Wi-Fi out there. I'm not sure about 615, but because I don't think so, because the amount of vehicles he was saying he had going in and out and how busy he was. So probably, I don't know if he had time to go up there and use the Wi-Fi, but Gavel Geeks may know. I will start playing a few clips of his accusations against locals just to prove that I'm not making that up. And some interesting things. I'm going to bring Gavel Geeks up if she's still here on that part.
That's
Okay.
what I want.
Thank you, man. I did not expect you being willing to talk on camera today. Appreciate it.
Well, I mean, I could say more, but man, I'm so pissed off with them too. And Don did try to run me over.
Yeah. I mean, how do you know? Explain how you know that Dawn tried to run you over. How do you know it was Dawn? I gotta make
How
sure.
I
This
know
is
it was Don?
Yeah. Oh, stop buffering.
It was Don.
Yeah, how'd you know that was Dawn?
Well, he drives an 80s model, not an 80 model, but an 80s model Ford truck.
Okay.
And as he drove off from trying to hit me, I hit him with my dang spotlight. And the cop verified my light's brighter than his. His tailgate has chrome on it.
You literally have spotlight. So you saw, you identified his truck.
I identified his truck.
I think that's where it ended. He said he was able to identify his truck because he had a spotlight that was like brighter than the cops. So yeah, he said he didn't quite see Dawn coming, but he recognized his truck by the type of tailgate he has, chrome tailgate or something. So yeah, law enforcement was called. Nana knows the story better than I do because she was talking to Bill. I believe law enforcement. Yes, they were called, and they said it was Dawn's word against Bill's word, and so they didn't do anything about it. They just left. Nana was pretty ticked off on that day. I remember seeing texts from Nana where she was not happy about Don trying to run him over when he was trying to pick up the flyers. And that's what, and the proof, good question, Real Rock and Robin. We've got his witness account, and there was supposed to be a camera across the road. There was like a neighbor that had a camera, and I think Nana went and actually tried to get it, but I think it was turned in the wrong direction or something, or he wouldn't give it up. He didn't want to get involved. So yeah, sometimes, unfortunately, we do just have a witness account. So good question. Thank you for asking for proof. I like it. So I think Gavel Geeks, I will bring you up now if you are still here. I'm going to start getting into the reasons for these character assassinations on locals. We're going to get into some of the clips. So I will share the link, and we can start talking through. If you've got clips too, Gavel, I'm going to be going through a few clips in a second. And if you've got any that you want to show after that, we've got plenty of time. It's only been half an hour, and I've gotten through the first part, which I wasn't sure how long it would take because I really wanted to make it clear why I'm doing this, why I'm starting this effort of, again, maybe every other week, at least every other week, I'm going to work through one lie at a time. Gavel Geeks has done an 8-hour live covering. It's like a podcast that you pop your earphones in and you listen while you're doing something. And she covered so many disinformation and lies, and just covering Fred. And it's just amazing research. So I wanted her here tonight to, if she's willing to help out. Bill talked you through the whole incident, really. Jen met Bill. I've got a clip from Tabitha, his ex-wife. They call her Mrs. Shipley, and I accidentally thought that she was Kelly at one point, and somebody said she wanted to talk to me. I made the mistake. I was texting her as though she was Kelly, and then that got to Bill, and there was this big misunderstanding because I thought she did another one last year, really. And then so I've apologized to Tabitha. There's a really, really good text message that Ziggy said was suspicious of Tabitha, where they were talking about the motorcycle. And I watched it tonight, and I'm like, it is suspicious. It's suspicious when you look at what Fred is saying in the text messages. And it's like, why is he trying? He was accusing Tim, which I assume is, you guys, Nana may know, or you guys may know, maybe it's her son, I think, the whole motorcycle thing, the stolen motorcycle. But he was, in that case, he was actually trying to point at Tim it's just one example, and I've got a few of where he was accusing people. Hello, hello, hello. I can't hear you. I think you're muted. Do I have you muted? Let me unmute you.
I have me
There
muted.
There we go.
Hello.
Dude, I love your studio.
Oh, thank you.
I am so jealous.
It's funny because at work, it's the opposite. When I'm on camera at work, and they all are like, "Oh, I love it there," yeah, because it's so crazy looking.
Yeah.
There's just computers everywhere. So
Like the glow, it's really cool.
it's my nest. It's like a little nest. I can sit here and do all the things, from one place. So
Yeah.
Well,
So
thank you for having me up. I appreciate it.
I'm excited because I know I was asking Nana as I'm going through this last part that I want to start diving into. I'm like, oh wait, what was the story of that guy? She goes, you got to ask Gavel. Just talk to Gavel. She has all of it.
Yeah, Dana and I, we both were having some trouble sleeping last night. So we did some serious deep diving after watching your interview with Bill, and found some really interesting things that I think it would be great to talk about at some point, whether we get to them tonight or later. But there's some really interesting points. There is one overall I would like to
please do. Yes.
Put out here because I think it is so important. Mr. Shipley was in jail on June 15th. So any speculation that he had something to do personally, like he was there doing something, had something to do with Summer. He went into jail on June 10th.
Okay.
That was the effective date. And I have the paperwork for that too, that we can either pull up or I can post it on my wall. But I don't think it's fair. I mean, there are some things that Bill says that I'm like, maybe, I don't know. I can't prove it, necessarily. But with that, he personally would not be responsible for whatever happened to Summer.
It's impossible.
It is impossible.
I mean, you can look up that he was in jail then. I mean, there you go. You got the proof.
Correct. And it's very easy to find, right? So I don't know why he was brought up as this, suspicious type of person here. So,
and that's what I wanted to right now. Did you have more though that you wanted to open with? I'm sorry.
No. I just wanted to say that I think it's whatever has gone on with him and his partners in the past or currently is between them. It's private.
Yeah.
I think Kelly was kind of tricked into what happened there. I think she felt a little desperate at the time as well. And that creator turned right around and threw Kelly right under the bus when she was afraid of Bill, that Bill was going to do something. And
she just said, it's all Kelly's fault.
And invited him up to talk to her. She was willing to talk to him if he wanted to talk and all that. And I pulled some of those pieces to put together as well, because I don't think it's fair, just like what you're saying. Certain people, especially locals, have been seemingly targeted for call outs like this. And I don't think that's fair. I think where we can clear things up, we need to.
In one fell swoop, in 5 minutes, you just ended the Bill Shipley suspicion. I knew it.
Yeah, there's no way. There's just no way that he himself took part in it. Whether he has knowledge of what happened to her or not, I don't know. I don't see any indication that he does. But as far as him physically, he was in jail, and he was in jail for quite some time after that.
He even mentioned that a little bit. Yeah, that he did during that relationship too. So
right. So I just wanted to get that out there ahead of time. For me, I am not suspicious of him regarding the disappearance of Summer Wells at all.
Yep.
So
this is the part I asked Nana for help with, because I was trying to go through. I'm like, let's just go through the people I know of that he is definitely named as being suspicious, and they'll deny it. I've heard them actually. I can't believe this. Like, somebody told me they denied putting Bill under suspicion for Summer. Pretty sure that was said.
Oh yeah, it was. Ryan pulled apart a very recent live that was done that was claimed that you made a false claim on your post about saying that what was it? Her something about your daughters, about who does a better job with their daughters or something. And then she claimed, I never said that.
Yeah, I saw that.
She literally said it. She played the short.
I know
And
she
then
played
she
it.
sat there and said, I never said that. And I was like, you literally just said it.
But she, in her head, the way she phrases things is
Mm-hmm.
like a teenager who's being like passive aggressive. So she plays it and she
Right.
goes, "Now who's the one not protective, Ryan?"
I know. I was like, but that's exactly what you
So
said. So she was telling us, don't believe your lying ears, right?
yeah,
I didn't say that right after she said it, and I've seen that a lot with a certain type of creator. They will sit there and tell you you did not just see or hear what you just saw and heard.
I've known someone I knew someone in the past, a friend in high school who she was a compulsive liar. And the way she would lie is she would say, I didn't say you're not a like in this case, I never said you're not a responsible father. Because technically she didn't say those words. So in her head, she's not lying. She's
Mhm.
just twisting the words, twisting the truth.
In this case, I don't even think the words were twisted. I mean, it was pretty clear.
I know.
I was shocked. I said, Nana, she just said it. Well, we just heard her say it.
Yeah.
It's weird to me, but it happens a lot. So
It's the reason, the reason I'll tell you, to be honest with you, the reason it doesn't roll off Jen's back, like she gets really pissed. But the reason it rolls off my back is because I know, and especially now it's so much easier to ignore because I know that every single attack is a way to get me personally to direct to push a button and make me angry and direct my attention to the drama and the fighting instead of what's important to Summer's case, which is digging into why Fred is saying the things he's saying about
right.
who he's suspicious of in the Summer Wells case.
And is it true or is it not? That's
Zach,
super important. And
yep.
I'm not a psychology person. My friend Adrian, she is fascinated with it. She keeps me up to speed with that part, the human behavior part of it, because to me, I'm always just like, just be honest. There's nothing else. Like you don't have to manipulate. You don't have to gaslight. You don't have to do anything else if you just tell the truth. And it is just as exciting or interesting to me.
Oh, I agree. I agree. Where people were on that day, if you can prove and you can place people pins on a map,
Mhm.
and not saying that they're suspicious, it's just where was everyone? Where was everyone on the day this little girl disappeared? And if you can
Right.
kind of prove where these people are, you can remove the suspicion from certain. If you can get an alibi from people, well, don't look at them anymore, right?
Hmm.
And then who's left? So, what I was trying to do when I reached out to Nana and asked for help is, personally, I've been focused on a few people that her and Fred have been accusing. Obviously, Andy is like her prime suspect
Yes.
number one.
Yes.
But her and Fred, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Fred has gone after at least these people: Andy Bernard, obviously,
Hmm.
Cotton Simpson,
Yes.
the Redmonds, saying he's in a witness protection program, trying to put him under
Yeah.
suspicion.
Yeah.
Pete Clark.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
If someone is deceased, they've gone after them.
What? So I'm going. This is my. I shouldn't call it a hit list, but this is my lie list. So, what other people has he brought under? Was he pointed his fingers at? Do you know? Can you help me populate this list with all of the people he's pointed at?
Yeah, sure. I mean, um, he has. So it's more Zeke than Fred, who has made little remarks about Miss Glinda.
Oh yeah.
And where was she? What was she doing? That kind of stuff. And it's like, well, I mean, her partner was in the hospital, sick.
Uh,
What do you want? Um, so there's been that. Brandon Clark is somebody that he constantly
He
is
he points
throwing
at
under the
Brandon
bus.
too.
Oh my gosh, all the time.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and
I thought, okay.
it's the sly things. The the little well, Brandon was there, So Brandon Clark, Mervyn Simpson, and David Bays are three people that he mentions all the time. And I don't know if they're a placeholder for him sometimes. It almost seems that way. Do you
David
know what I
Bays.
mean?
I thought David Bays, but let me play a clip because
Sure.
because the people you mentioned are I found this and I'm like, okay, he definitely Glenda was mentioned. And a lot of times the viewers repeat what they've said before. So they had mentioned Glenda. But yeah, I think this is.
Now, keep in mind, they haven't outright
Okay.
pointed, said, I think they've done this to all of these people. It's,
Okay.
ooh, that's sus. That kind of stuff all the time.
Yeah, and she says that several times in this clip. Oh, that's sus.
Yeah, and
After he names a bunch of people. So
Jody
yeah.
Sue Brown, Marlena Crawford for sure, Chad Hayes. I mean, I can give you a list. Sorry.
I do want to say something about Jody Sue, and people are going to be surprised probably that I'm saying this, but let me go back to. Hold on a second.
Sure.
Jody Sue, in my opinion, so people will say that people are like, I was going to say, what other local people are doing this, are pointing fingers? I think it's only Ziggy and Fred, and people would say, well, Jody Sue Brown does too. I'll be honest with you.
Not really, not like that.
No, because Jody Sue Brown, as much as she's said horrible, she's not horrible, but she's pointed at us too. Like she doesn't. I don't think she likes us. But setting that aside,
I don't think she likes anyone. To be fair,
doesn't like anyone exactly, and she doesn't like. I've noticed that if you're from away, if you didn't grow up, it doesn't matter if you live here. If you didn't grow up here, she automatically doesn't really like you anyway. She doesn't like outsiders.
Right.
And so we're already on the list of we didn't grow up here. So, but go ahead.
She accuses people constantly of things that aren't true. Regarding Summer, it has been 110 that she's accused. And then when she wanted to control the situation with Andy, when he started coming online to talk, and he was talking about Summer's case, not her, or their situation, which she had done at that point for over a year.
That's a good point.
She made it sound like he had done something. Like, go ask him, what was it? Go ask him why he sold sedatives to sedate the little girl, and then she said she didn't say it. She was talking about, the green stuff, and that's not the case. She literally at one point said, and I don't mean weed. She literally said that. So, but she will to this day scream and yell that she never said that.
Well, thank you for correcting me because I don't watch her that often. The few I've watched has mostly been her trashing tragedy pimps, and I thought that was mostly her thing. I didn't realize that she's also similarly accused. It
definitely is mostly her thing, but she has accused Dawn and Candace straight out at different times, mostly Dawn. She has done I think she does it to Fred because they do it to other people, but she has pointed the finger at Fred many times, and it's specifically about being a peeping Tom. There are times now she has told untruths about Fred as well.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's difficult to, you go back and forth. You're like, well, who do I believe? Or you're like, you absolutely have to either have evidence to prove or disprove with that group of people, those two people, some sets of people. But she did that to Andy as well.
Pick Starks. I will be honest with you all. The last claim that Bill made. Unless he magically pulls a video out of his back pocket, I do not believe the Ziggy was around the area before Summer disappeared.
I do not.
Right. I think she's just like a lot of the creators that they were all drawn in by the case. I don't think there's some conspiracy or secret thing, but maybe he could pull something out. at some point.
Well, I don't believe that at all. I
Yeah.
also don't believe that she was doing math on
Mhm.
110 and he saw her or any hill out there. I just don't believe that.
I would
Um,
only believe that maybe he's mistaken, and somebody captured a video of her like spending time up there, maybe doing like pot. Worst case, I don't think she does
maybe, yeah.
math.
No, I don't
So
think so.
yeah.
Well, interestingly, when Bill said that he had these photos and video of her up there doing partying, we'll say, um, she actually turned that around and said, "I think he's talking about my friend Adrian, Sassy." She said because we look alike. I was like, "Are you? Is she joking?" But she
When
really did. She tried to point the finger then at knowing it wasn't true about her, but she was completely willing to believe it about someone that wasn't mentioned, doesn't look like her, had nothing to do with anything. She
who she doesn't
absolutely,
who she doesn't like.
oh, can't stand.
Yeah.
Even when I was friendly with Ziggy, she didn't like Adrian.
It's wild to me that emotion, and that's the thing that's really dangerous. You know this as
Mhm.
a researcher, is the worst thing is when you let your emotions drive your research. Because then you're completely biased. You're going
Oh
in a
yeah,
direction that you feel rather than the facts draw you, right?
right. And that's
Uh,
why we stopped going live. We used to go live very frequently, Adrian and I, and we stopped doing that because it was so frustrating. We were constantly defending ourselves and other people, and it was extremely frustrating. And
and
we
just
saw that it
distracted.
was, yeah, we saw that it was distracting us from
Yeah.
focusing on Summer. So we did, and
What
we
I'm
haven't
curious.
gone back to that since.
I'm curious. What? So I understand getting attacked. What drew you guys? The two of you, you guys are the type that I would think can see through those attacks and not respond to them. What made you guys respond to those attacks?
Um, well, um, I think you may not know Yo Sassy very well. um,
Oh,
that she wants to go and say you're full of it and here's the
okay.
truth. She wants all that.
He wants to go
Um,
toe to toe.
sometimes I would keep her from that, and sometimes she would pull me into it. Not that it's still my decision. I'm not blaming her. I'm saying that together we kind of
I get it.
balance each other.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep. Yep.
it's still very, yeah. But no, I was like, I don't think, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I think it's I wish that I could be more forward like that. And but I was like, yeah, I don't. Do you know Sassy
Yeah.
very well?
I mean, I'll admit, I mean, I do every now and then. Jen and I will just like, hey, what do we watch tonight? Well, we know Six Up's going live, and we know Six Up can go damn hard against people, and she's gonna rip into someone. I can't resist watching it. I don't mind watching it,
Sometimes, yeah. But yeah,
but
sometimes it's therapeutic in a way.
because you're feeling that, it's like someone else is saying it, I guess.
Yeah, and it's like things I can't say. Like, that's why I say I wish that I had more of that sometimes. That I could. Was it read them for filth? That's what everyone would say. I'm gonna read them for
Yeah,
filth.
I used to be like so I don't know how old you are. I'm not going to ask you, but I went through the days of there was this big forum called Above Top Secret. It was amazing. It had every topic on the planet, and I would go in. I literally joined a debate contest in that forum because I loved the fight. I loved it, and I could come back with a list of facts and research and evidence, and it's like you wait for their response, and there's just this thrill to it. But there's also stress. Now, not the debate. When you're in the forums and you're arguing with people about something and it's getting heated up and there's this back and forth and people they'll throw up ad nauseum attacks, like they'll just go after you and
At home, yeah, at
yeah,
home.
thank you. And
Yeah, I love
it's
debate. That is one of my favorite things to do. Yeah, but I
but
don't like
it's
fighting. I don't like the yeah.
exactly,
Oh,
yeah.
crap. I'm
An
so sorry.
intelligent It's okay. An intelligent debate with someone who knows how to debate using
Hmm.
information. Yes, it's great. I mean, it really is, but it's hard to find that, especially in this
It
type
is.
of environment. And so, no, I used to, on Facebook, social media, like I was a
Mhm.
vicious. I mean, I could match six up, I think toe to toe with the viciousness I could go at. Like I could do that, but what I noticed, what it did to me was it affected the rest of my day. It affected.
Yeah.
I was thinking about what I was going to say next, what I was going to do next, how I was going to, what other ammunition I was going to get against this person, and it.
Well, so,
I go ahead.
no, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize.
I was just going to say that eventually I realized that you don't get ahead. I wasn't progressing in what I wanted to accomplish,
Hmm.
what research I wanted to do, what I wanted to get to. So I eventually set it all aside and I focused on, like Ziggy will make fun of the list when you look me up, the companies that I wrote for, all the things I did,
Yeah.
and the reason I was eventually able to do all those things is because I stopped fighting and I decided to be productive and go in a direction with the research. And it's so peaceful, Gavel Geeks. Like
Yeah.
what you do when you focus. I like what you do because you focus on, you're building a database of research. Even a project like what we're talking about, go down the list of lies, dissect them, figure them out, and then try to figure out motive. To me, that's productive. That is like something to
Oh
work
yeah.
on, and you could end up getting to just being more productive, and it gets you more success in life in general. So
Yeah, and I think it too. It helps cut through some of the mess, some of the static, to
mhm.
get to what is true. What are they really? What is really being said here? Those kind of things, and I truly enjoy that, and I love comparative analysis as well. Um, all those kind of things, and I'm working on the Epstein database right now. Actually, so this is that's my new thing that I've been working on, and
Oh,
it
I don't
is
know. I don't know. That's so deep.
insane.
That's so
It
deep. I've had
is,
so many
but that's
people.
what's great about it.
I know, but
There's
I've had so many.
9 billion things to look at, and I'm not even focused on the essay part, Ryan, because so many other people are, and it's very difficult for me to do that. I'm focused on the crime, the other types of crime, and insider trading and all that kind of stuff. It's super interesting.
I've had a lot of people ask me to start digging into that. I'm like,
Ugh, I, sorry about
you got
that.
a lot of noise going on over there. What's
It is alarms for my husband, his medication at night. I have an alarm and then a backup alarm, and those were the two, and they're off now. I did this during my live the other night too, because I'm not used to being live. So my apologies.
That's
It
okay.
is completely muted now.
So I'm going to play this clip where they go after a lot of actually a lot of the Light Hollow folks that we were looking at talking to, and I think they mentioned Pete and they mentioned Glenda. So we'll start with that because we were just talking about that.
Important for Summer's case that we see who this person was. If somebody was up there, one of these creators was up there partying with the Wells and doing what Bill Shipley claims, we need to see this. Okay?
I don't know if he told Craig or not, but he had told several other people that he was getting some dope and stuff off of it.
Yeah.
From Sullivan Gardens out next to Zoomer's.
And what they get into, so this is where he mentions Pete. And yes, I'm going to mention, by the way, fair use is a very important law and gives me the right to review and comment on content. And there's like thousands of channels, review channels that cover other channels, play their content, and comment on it. Just saying.
Yeah, just note you can review copyrighted material. Just because you've copyrighted a video or two does not mean that you can sue someone who is legitimately doing commentary or using for educational purposes. And that is exactly what it says.
So this part, he starts getting into Pete. I think he mentioned that he sold some drugs to someone or something, but then he gets into this. I've heard this claim, and this is the first time I found it, where he mentions about Pete crying, and and the reaction. This is I heard about this from Steve, and I know why Pete was crying, but the
Hmm.
reaction that she has to Pete crying about Summer, just watch. This is wild.
Pete told Craig, or who would cry? He was saying that Pete would cry about Summer Wells. Is the like what was rude? Like, I guess he would start talking about Summer Wells and start crying and going into details and stuff, is what people would say. Did anyone come down from Indiana?
That was that piece about Pete. So how horrible, what a horrible person to cry about Summer situation. He's got to be suspicious.
I mean, there are reasons that he was upset, like multiple reasons that led to him crying. It's one of them being his illness. So this happens a lot, with the rules for thee but not for me kind of thing.
Yep. Yep.
We're all supposed to stretch reality to the thinnest we can possibly stretch it, to understand how she is a victim, constantly, how everybody bullies her, but she literally turns around and goes, you guys know me, I can't help it, I have to point out hypocrisy. But if one of us points out they're not hypocrisy but lies, like actual literal, this it cannot be true, then we're bullying and we're harassing.
Yep.
So that blows my mind.
And just so everyone knows, we get an answer on that. Steve, I love Steve. I'll tell you right off the bat. And he shared a lot. Steve Miller shared about his personal experience. I am going to say, I wanted him to share, but this is really important about the type of person Steve is. He admits to being a user. He admits to buying off of Fred. And he admits to dying 2 times in the hospital. Steve Miller died 2 times in the hospital. They brought him back to life, and he had a life-changing experience. And he is such a special soul. I really enjoyed talking to him. And I asked him about Pete, and so he goes into detail about Pete. I'm hoping to have that up this weekend. It's an amazing interview.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. This piece, I did want to fast forward because they start going after Glenda, and I think it was the commenters, because a lot of them will do the same thing Ziggy does. It's like they've learned the pattern and they do the same thing, and they started going after Glenda, and then I think they pick up on accusing more people.
Yeah, I hope they understand that ain't gonna work.
Yeah.
Too many people adore Glenda, and she has helped Fred in his life. So I don't understand this. He did take up for her at particular times when Ziggy was pointing toward Glenda, but at other times he gives into it. So
yeah. Karma, that's a great question, or Karma. That's a really good question. So I'm getting into, and this live is the launch of a series of lives and videos and interviews that I'm going to be doing, and it's to explain the reasoning behind doing it. And I'm showing what we're doing right now is we're diving into the accusations that Fred Hill has made about very specific people in the community. And my theory is I'm not going after the drama. There's a lot of stuff going on. Ziggy is going hard on 6up. She's saying she's suing her copyright. And I've been observing this for a while now, and I'm personally realizing that the drama is a front, is a distraction for what is really, I think, for me, the truth lies behind Ziggy. The truth hides on the man who's hiding behind a woman creator. In my opinion, that is the lowest of the low, to try to use his wife to block, and she's going along with it, obviously. She's also trying to do this to block attention on him and his lies. And I'm ignoring the drama. I'm going after him. I'm going after Fred's lies. I'm going after every single thing, every single community member that he has trashed or raised suspicion on. And I'm going to be interviewing as many of those people as I can, or people who know them or know the truth. She's copywriting the wrong videos. So that's what this is about, Karma.
Yeah.
This is explaining the launch of what I'm trying to focus on now. This isn't all I'm doing, obviously. We have a Layla Santinella search this weekend. We're covering Zachary Lowe, so it's not all we're doing, but this is a series that I'm going to be focusing on. I think it'll get us, and it's very much, I asked myself this question. This is a very important question, morally, ethically. I've tried to avoid this topic, this channel, this person on the screen. I've tried to ignore it because none of our subscribers want the drama that comes along with it. However,
Right.
if we're going to look at the Summer Wells case, you can't ignore a person who lived down the road and is constantly pointing the finger at other locals. To me, that is extremely important, and it's a red flag. And so I'm not going to ignore it anymore. And I'm going to have a series. I'm going to focus on this, and I'm going to talk to people, and we're going to see where it leads us. And Gavel Geeks has graciously been willing to, every now and then, we'll dive into, it's got so much research. So for some of these locals, I think I'm going to start with Gavel Geeks and talk through, let's go through this person and this lie, and then try to break it apart, and then see where that leads us. So,
and if I could also, Ryan, I the next live that we do on Gavel Geeks, I wanted to be able to talk a little bit about drama and what it actually is, because it is a play. It's a performance. It's that is what drama is, and there's a reason it's called that, and it's a performance to distract. Why is a distraction occurring? You always have to look at that and figure out what it is exactly. I don't see how she doesn't know that he has told multiple versions of all of his stories. When I look at it, timeline, when I build out the time, which is what I'm doing, that's my goal right now.
I love it. Yes,
a clean timeline.
Yeah.
When I do that, you've got the same events happening at 4:30, 5:30, 6, depending on which of his tellings of the story it is, and it cannot be all of them.
Especially when they contradict each other. And I watched most of the 8-hour live. I think I might still be working through it.
Well, Skeeter was timestamping it in the comments. I don't know how far she got so far. Maybe I could hop in there and help too. But she was helping so that I could chop it up into shorts or smaller videos for people to look for specific topics, because that is the goal. I'm not monetized. This is not to make money. It's not a career. It's I want a place where people can go and search my channel for a topic and find every bit of evidence that we can scrape up about it. Not opinion, but evidence. And you figure out what you believe coming out of that.
Well, what I love the most, and as I was listening to your live, I was just like dying because I was so happy when you literally will show a statement that he said, and then immediately follow it with a contradicting statement. That's gold to me.
Oh yeah.
When you show a person, when you show a person saying one thing, and they're saying it, their voice, and then
I don't have to say anything.
It's done. It's done. You've just debunked them, and it doesn't matter which one is true because they've contradicted their own statement, which means this is the biggest thing that I don't understand why people who follow her and him have not gotten through their head is that you know how sources work, the reliability of a source, how that works.
Mm-hmm.
In a court, even, like, this is how it works. If a person is caught contradicting themselves even just once, if I'm talking to someone who's a source and they're telling me a story one day, and then the next day I'm listening to them and I'm interviewing them and they contradict themselves, I'm like, okay, their reliability just went down a notch.
Right.
They do it again, it went down a notch. They do it again, it went down a notch. Fred's reliability at this point, with everything that Gavel Geeks has documented, what we're talking about tonight, is at zero. He is not a reliable source by any stretch of the imagination.
Right. And that's referred to, if people don't know, I follow Gavel Geeks is because I love criminal law. And I love following trials, another hobby I have. I have a couple of nerd hobbies, but it's called impeaching a witness. Right. And so a prosecutor will have like direct questioning of a witness where they answer the questions and they pretty much know what's going to be asked, and it's kind of softball stuff to get the story out there that they want. But then the defense lawyer, my favorite, comes up and tries to sometimes will try to impeach the witness. You don't have to prove flaws in their credibility on the topic. Even if you prove that they've lied about their education, if they've lied about any manner of things, it's still up to the jury to decide. But you've put a chink in the armor there as far as credibility of the witness.
Credibility, yeah.
And Ziggy, Fred, and Jody Sue Brown, all three would be destroyed by just a mediocre defense witness. And I will tell you that if anything ever does go to court and they are brought as witnesses, I will be there with my database. I'm just saying they laugh at it. Yeah, they think it's funny, but I'll be in the courtroom, and the defense will have, and the prosecutor, whoever it is, will have access to all of the information, easily accessible and searchable. I've done before. I've helped in a case before, much more minor, not with a database, but I've helped with that before, and it was exhilarating to be able, because it was truth. It wasn't about who was guilty and who wasn't. It was, what is the fact here? And I could show them how to prove the fact, because there had been an estate sale for the deceased person, and they could determine her clothing and shoe sizes from that. Previous, they didn't have a way to do that. So that was really cool. I called the DA's office, and they were very excited, and they came back from lunch, and bam, bam, bam. I was like, this is so cool. So cool.
I love it.
But it's about the truth. It's not about, I'm not trying to get somebody out of something, and I'm not trying to convict them, because that is what matters, guys. Even no matter how much you think somebody's done something, you have to follow the facts and the evidence.
That's what I meant earlier too about the emotional thing. Like, a lot of people, I mean, if we weren't like we were, if we were emotional researchers, you look at a Bill Shipley, who is a blunt, he can be pretty nasty if he wants to be. I'll be honest with you. Like, he'll swear up a storm. He'll say the most vulgar things. And so if you're an emotional researcher and you don't do what we're talking about and focus on, are their statements consistent over time? Do they say the same thing over time? If I'm emotional, I'm just going to look at him saying, I don't like him. I think he's a jerk. He's misogynistic. He's this, he's that. He's guilty.
You can't do that.
You can't do that.
Ryan, I looked at Mr. Shipley way before he was ever brought up publicly, because of, he was brought up privately in various places or conversations. I would never put his information out the way, especially the way that was done. That was vile to me, and there was no reason for it to not help Summer in any way, and or her case in any way. I didn't care for him. When I was looking at his multiple Facebooks, and some of the things that he was saying to people and the way he talked to people, I saw his record, right? But I also know that other people like Fred have been in trouble before, have multiple Facebooks, also were friends with these people that she's claiming are horrible, like literally friends and Facebook friends. She's embarrassed herself a few times with that, looking at somebody's Facebook, and she goes, oh my God, Andy Bernard is friends with this creep. And then she scrolls down and you see the friends list, top one, Fred Hill. Do you know what I'm saying? That's like, why are you cracking on? I have friends on my Facebook that I haven't spoken to in decades. I don't know what they're doing. The whole Facebook connection thing irritates me tremendously. It is not a connection.
Yeah, there are. I call them Facebook researchers.
Yeah, and there is a lot of that going on.
On Facebook,
she did. She does a lot of the Facebook research, and then she was doing, and it was because people were doing a lot of it for her at the time. but ancestry.com. And that stuff, that drives me nuts because ancestry.com is useful or can be useful as well as newspapers.com. Absolutely, with research.
Yes.
But I don't need to know the entire Summer's entire ancestry tree in order to understand that that was Don's mother's property previously.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
do you know what I'm saying? I don't need
Yep.
to know all that. And people who are interested in it, great. But it's not proving things, and they all act like it is. That they go, oh my gosh, this person was third cousins 18 times removed from this other person.
Right.
They're connected. And it's like, no, they're not.
Yeah.
Find another way.
Confirming connections. So I do find it valuable to know as for a lead, for like a starting point. Facebook connections.
Oh, yeah.
I do use it sometimes. So I want to know,
Sure.
do they have any kind of, do they even know each other at all in any way?
Right.
But it doesn't prove. A lot of people will say, oh, they're friends, so they're tightly connected, and they will almost assume that they're like best friends.
Right.
I've got people who friended me that I haven't, I maybe had I met at a conference and I don't even know anything about them. I was just friended. So it's like
two people who live in the Tri-Cities, right? Any two people they are being connected that live in that same area, it is about as useful as somebody in that same area having a red Toyota. Tacoma. I mean, it's like everywhere. It is not a connection, guys. Like just because people are related isn't necessarily a connection. I have cousins I love, but I haven't talked to them in ages. And if they were a serial killer, I would never know it. Do you know what I mean? So
yes,
it's that kind of thing that it drives me nuts. And pulling people's Facebooks up and going through them. So many innocent people, their names and their kids' faces and everything. While you're talking about a missing child, or supposed to be, that to me is not research. That is extremely irresponsible and unethical, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ryan.
No, I mean, you hit a nerve because a particular person looked at an 11-year-old's bedroom, saw a Hocus Pocus pillow, and decided they were satanic. So yeah,
that's a comedy children's movie, by the way, guys. Well, that's what was said, and it was the same live from a couple of nights ago, was I never said anything about his kids except, that they're Satanists. And it's like, you said a lot about, you implied much more than what you said. And I think that is so gross. I don't care if they're adults or not. It's ridiculous. There was no reason for that. It was to hurt you and Jen, period. Yeah. And that's what all of this is for. The lies she knows good and well, the lies that she tells about us are not true. Like with me and Tracy, we're in a relationship together. That was a card reading, by the way. You guys, it's crazy. But that and as far as people were sneaking up on Fred's property, I debunked that cleanly. The other night. That's ridiculous. It's not even remotely.
Oh, the pipe story?
Yeah. The whole Bill Benton. She said Bill Benton. That whole thing. There's no record of him ever being arrested at 110, number one, ever. But second, Fred was saying 6 months before we were there, he was saying 6 months ago was when Bill Benton was arrested. On 110, and that's what this night when all this stuff allegedly happened. So it's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know. I appreciate a lot of you. I appreciate the jerks tremendously.
Oh yeah, I love them.
I was so grateful that Pearl, who I absolutely adore now. I mean, I didn't know them very well. I didn't follow them, and then when she did that, someone. Might have been Nana or someone in our Discord was like, you got to check out this jerks live. So when I saw Pearl do that, debunk all of the stuff she said about our daughter.
All of them
just-
are
I love,
wonderful.
yep, I
And
love her so much. Yep.
Pearl makes me laugh constantly.
Yeah, I
Because
love her.
it's intelligent humor,
Yes.
and I love it. Absolutely love it.
Someone said something I just wanted to touch on. This is interesting too. This is a contradiction, and we're not I didn't want tonight to be like a Ziggy trashing. Like I said, I'm not focused on her. I'm focused on Fred. But this is a common contradiction, and this is actually touching on Fred, because Fred will say these things like the Zoomers thing, which drives me crazy. He'll say something like, "Yeah, I mean Ziggy." So Fred says Andy was on the road at that time, which puts Fred on the road at that time. And then
Mhm.
Fred will say that he saw Andy at Zoomers at 5:30 on June 15th, which puts Fred at Zoomers on June 15th.
Yep.
I
Well,
mean,
not just that, we've got stories of him coming back in to get the trailer, and he goes, sometimes it's 6 or 6:30, right? But he comes back in to get a trailer for the motorcycle when he left at 3:30 allegedly, right? 3 hours later, he's coming to get the trailer for that. He just ran into it's multiple days. I believe that he has gotten multiple days, multiple events, and then just added some stuff to it to come up with everything culminating on June 15th.
yeah. And the Tabitha Shipley text between her and Fred, although she suspected it might have
Yeah,
been Ziggy. That one, to me, I'm going to
it
play it in a
was.
little bit, was so revealing to me, because it proved,
Yes.
or at least it mostly proved what you just said, that his dates are messed up in his head.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm excited. Let's do it. I love it.
Okay.
Also, Brad, I don't know if you want to note that that was shown, I think, on Curse channel. She had her on there. They showed the text, and at the same time, while they were live, Freaky puts out their screen recording going through the text, but didn't put all of them in there.
Oh, really?
We're going to show you the truth because they're not. They absolutely showed the truth, but Freaky actually cut off the end of theirs. It wasn't in there. And I was like, why would you do that? Why would you cut that off? And of course, their take is completely different. Clearly, Ziggy is typing some of those things. I think it's absolutely clear. We read his text from jail.
Yeah. Well, Tabitha goes, the comment she made, which we'll get to, but she goes, dude, I'm from there. I know how people talk, kind of thing. Like she goes,
Right.
she's like, I know the lingo. This isn't Fred.
But it is interesting and very odd to me how she puts herself, as she has to correct herself sometimes. She'll go, I need to sit down and talk to so and so, and Fred needs to be there.
Yeah.
This happens a lot, and I think she loses herself in where she is. She'll tell stories as if she were there,
Yeah.
as if she saw Andy on the road. She says, the one thing I know for a fact is that Andy Bernard was on the road and Fred saw him and all this. And I'm like, but you don't know it for a fact. Please stop saying that.
Mm-hmm.
Please stop.
No, that is one thing. She'll take that there. If she gives up anything, she may give up other things. She may say, okay, I was wrong about Bill. I was wrong about all this other stuff. There is something about her belief in Andy being guilty. And I noticed that when I was when I was communicating with her, where there's something there, and I don't know what it is. If it's something Fred has been saying about Andy, or just driving it home that he's maybe convinced her in some way that it has to be Andy and he has to be guilty, because the switch that happened, like her and I we were having study sessions. We were fine. And people were telling me, Ryan, you're crazy. Like, you're going to get screwed. You need to run. And I'm like, what? I'm just doing research with someone. It's a creator. I didn't know anything about the community. And I apologize, Gavel Geeks. I came in cold. I didn't know.
No, you don't have to apologize to me.
No. I just didn't know. I didn't know any better. I ignored the warnings. And it was we found the Fields Road property, and we were doing this research together. She'll tell everyone today that I stole all this research and I stabbed her in the back, but we were literally like, okay, oh, look at that. The Fields Road property is owned by the Bernards, by the parents, and it got sold to Chimney Top. Like, we were going through this research, and I'm like, this is great. I like collaborating with research. And so my next step, where I was starting to get convinced, like, Andy's looking a little fishy to me now. Something's looking wrong. There's footprints going to Fields Road. There's the family. Like, I was 100% going down the road. I was aligned with what Ziggy was saying and thinking. She was aligned with me. We agreed this is the path we're going to take. So the next step, the next logical step as a good journalist is to go to the source. I wanted to know where the hell Andy was. I wanted the alibi. I wanted to know, does he have an alibi? So I took that drive that night, and I went to talk to Mr. Hayworth, the owner of Hayworth Tire, and waited till they were closed. I had to sit there for like half an hour, and then he's a big dude. Have you ever seen him?
Who? Hey,
Mr.
oh,
Hayworth?
no.
Hayworth?
No.
Dude he's a weightlifter. He's
I bet his
massive.
son.
Oh,
Yeah. No, I haven't met him. I've
He's
seen
a big
picture
guy.
of him. Yeah, I have seen
he's
a
a big
picture of
guy.
him, actually.
I'm like, I hope this guy's not like, on steroids and will like flip out on me or anything, so, but he was okay with me being a YouTuber, and I'm like, so I just asked the simple questions. I was going down the logical path. I wanted to know if he had an alibi. If he didn't have an alibi, I would be on the Andy is suspicious train today. I would. Like, and if there was something else that comes up about Andy, I'm not, okay, we'll get there. So he told me, he's like, yeah, I remember that day. I mean, you don't forget when TBI comes knocking on your door asking for your cameras.
Right.
And he remembered Andy being there. He even said Andy had this habit, and he kind of acted like it was annoying, where Andy would leave work and then sit out in the parking lot texting or messing around on his phone, so he wouldn't leave right away.
Right.
And then he left. So I'm like, okay, between him saying there's camera footage, and him remembering that Andy was there at closing, and maybe even a little after closing, he had an alibi. And so I went home, and I'm like, go ahead.
Even beyond that, Ryan, there were text messages from the entire day that Jody Sue put out. She put this out very early on as this was her alibi, essentially, right? Because people were like, where were you? What was it? Prove this, prove that. And so she put out a screen recording of her and Andy's conversation. During the time that Fred claims that Andy was on Ben Hill Road, Andy is texting over Facebook Messenger to Jody Sue. There is no internet connection out there for him to be able to do that if he were in the road at the times that Fred gives. It is impossible. There are multiple things that disprove his story, multiple circumstantial evidence, if you will, right? That builds into a case that you have no proof whatsoever that Fred saw him, that he saw these pictures, even the blue truck. Why do you think Pruitt called back after Ziggy sending the email tip about Andy being on the road? Pruitt called because he had not heard of the blue truck.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he was asking the questions. Do you know who was in it? But she kept trying to steer it back to Andy over and over. He got aggravated and hung up. She turned that into, he got really frustrated when I started talking about Andy. So I thought, I'm on the right path.
Yeah.
Not that he's frustrated with her.
Yeah.
He knew who she was.
It's, And what I was getting at too is it's the psychology. It's the psychology of not being able 6 up just confirmed that Fred was on the road. Yeah. I thought she said Andy. I'm like, 6 up, what are you talking about? It's the psychology of clinging to a theory, and so what happened was when I went home, I gave her the respect of letting her know before I went live with this, because I'm like, this is groundbreaking. I just confirmed from the owner and I didn't know if anybody had done it before. You know, maybe somebody. I think somebody talked to his son, the boss, but not the
Adrian
owner.
did. Yeah.
Yeah.
She had
So
recorded it. And he wasn't sure because he wasn't the one that talked to the TBI or looked at the video. It was his father.
right,
And so that may have caused more problems than not putting it out, right?
right.
Because he was
So,
like, if I remember, so
yeah, and he remembered. He remembered, all right. And so I'm like, I'm going live with this. I've got a witness account. Gives Andy an alibi. So I texted her and I said, look, I found out that Andy's got an alibi. So what Fred was saying may not be accurate. We got to talk through this. And I got a series of at least an hour and a half to 2 hours. And I sent it to Cher at one point because I got so sick of the drama. And Cher played some of the screaming. It was a constant, how could you do this to me? I can't believe you're doing this to me. I thought we were working together. I was hurting her by bringing the truth to light.
Yeah.
And I was trying to give her information that would educate her understanding of Andy being on the road. And the moment I gave her contradictory information, it's the whole cognitive bias thing, right? Where her brain cannot take that into account. It
Right.
just doesn't fit the narrative. And she psychologically flipped out at that point. She lost it. She was an insane.
Yeah. Well, I used to feel bad for her, Ryan, because I was like, all the stuff was shared. I was afraid. I was like, she's not mentally stable in a mentally stable position to handle, somebody, her actually being faced with the facts and having to admit that. I don't think she's capable of that. But I was watching her live that night, Ryan. She lost her mind. Because you contacted her when she was live.
Oh, I know.
And told her, and she started crying, and she was like, I don't believe this. I thought someone had died the way she was acting.
And all of her followers believed every single word she was saying about what happened, and they all,
Not all of them.
Okay.
Not all of them.
But I got a mass of this, all these people coming at me like, how could you do this to Ziggy? How could you hurt her?
It feels that way.
How could you hurt her? I'm like, I brought her the truth. I brought her evidence that could help her understand. Here's the thing. You and I believe that Andy wasn't on the road that day because of the evidence that we have in our possession.
Correct.
And it's a list of things we could go off saying, look, we've got this, like you said, with the cell tower, that you can't have a connection there, what his boss said. We have a list of things that make us believe that Andy was not on the road that day. If someone comes to you and hands you a video of Andy on the road and it's got the date, although I guess the dates, let's say forget the date because dates can be screwed up on
We know
cameras.
Thompson's is off. Yeah.
Yeah, let's just say that it's irrefutable. You're looking at this and it's like, oh, Andy was actually there. Right. Mentally, what would you do? How would you change your thinking of the case at that point? Andy was on the road that day. It's proven. What would you do?
I would have to start back at everything I thought I knew about Andy to go through. And I don't mean anything against Andy when I say this. I do mean this. If I found out that Andy had something to do with it, I may even go harder on him in the videos.
Yeah.
I would not support him if I felt that he had something to do with it. As far as being on the road, I certainly don't feel at all. There has been no evidence shown to support at all that he was anywhere around Bentonville Road.
And I agree with you that the evidence is not pointing in that direction. But I guess what I'm getting at, and I want to say real quick, thank you, Kiki True Crime. We appreciate you so much for donating $4.99. Thank you, Kiki, for supporting the channel. It helps so much. What I'm getting at is that you take new information into account, and even if you're emotionally vested, I like Andy. I think he's a great guy. I do.
He's working really hard to make his life a happy one.
But if somebody gives me a fact, a document, a video, anything that is like, he could be involved and this proves it, you have to be able to swallow your emotions and your connection with people. And if you believe in the truth, if you really believe in the truth, you have to be willing to take that new fact, that new information, and change your mind
and let it flip it all upside down.
and
There
rethink.
was
Like you said, you just said it perfectly. I would rethink everything I know about that part of the case.
right.
Because it's
have
new
to.
information, right? That educates you.
Well, that's happened actually a few times when new information comes along. I have to readjust everything. Right. I don't want to just say, okay, well, I'm adjusting this one thing. We had somebody that we very early in the case that we trusted that told us that they had spoken with people that worked with Don and that this was the time that he took his lunch and for how long.
Yeah.
We believe that, and we had it still tentatively in the timeline. It was not listed as a fact. It was tentative. When we found out that she had lied about something else, we went live and told everybody that we cannot count on this information like we did before. It does not hold the same weight. You know what I'm saying? We did that, and we had to think through everything again without that giving it as much weight as we did previously.
Yeah.
Now, the driveway camper lady refers to that as it broke the database, she says. But I don't think she understands how databases work. It didn't break anything. It actually made it stronger. So
right. I mean, solid evidence. Yes, it does. So,
yeah,
man, we went off on a tangent. Okay, let's
I'm
go.
so sorry.
Oh man,
I could talk forever.
I love it. I love it. Okay, so this is where you'll see in a second the commenters started bringing Glenda into it, and when I watched this tonight, this is from I think a couple years ago. This is an older video, but because I was looking for where did Fred and Ziggy actually accuse people. This section is where this comes into it with Glenda. Oh no, I've got no sound. What's going on? Hold on.
Sorry, I was talking to my daughter.
I agree. Another realm.
Because Miss Glenda was in on it too, maybe. I don't know, says Appy.
I don't know.
Right here.
I didn't know that's where I was going and using Wi-Fi and stuff around. I had actually went to Glenda's that day and used Wi-Fi. And nobody was home at Glenda's.
Wait, he just said he went there that day and used Wi-Fi?
Which is never part of the story before. This happens all the time. There's a whole new stop off. He tells
said on the 15th he went there.
Yes, correct. And nobody was there. According to Glenda, the reason nobody was there was because Pete was in the hospital on June 15th.
Okay.
Right? So I guess he just pulls up out there and, not steals, I guess, but gets on her Wi-Fi whenever,
Hey, Glenda, if you haven't already, you guys have to put a password on your Wi-Fi.
Yes.
Please.
And I'll happily walk anybody through. Yeah. I'll help you guys if you want.
Oh my gosh.
A quick note too. This particular video was from June 15th of 2025. Just in case you wanted to
Thank you.
date around it.
You're amazing. You are amazing. Thank you.
Before I picked up that bike.
Before I picked up that bike. So he says the bike is on the 15th too. That comes in later.
But look at her face, right? Like she cannot figure out how to make this work. You know what I mean? She does come up with something, but these are all new things that over all this time. This is 2025 June, so we're talking 4 years. 3 years that she's been talking to him.
Nana says Glenda was home all day that day.
No, Pete was in the hospital.
Okay.
Not Glenda. I assume that Glenda was with. If she wasn't there, she was with him, but I don't know if she was there or not.
Okay.
I don't have that. Nana would know much better about that.
The stolen bike comes into it real rock and roll. We've got that text we're gonna look through because that text is fascinating to me.
Bikes and motorcycles and backpacks and
all on the 15th. All on the 15th. It's amazing how much happened on the 15th, according to
Oh, and the white HHR, which we
yeah,
saw on the
I saw that
14th,
one
and then he
too.
was asleep
Yep.
on the 14th, and then there's people out there sometimes, and sometimes
Yeah.
there's nobody.
Kim's driveway. I know they did follow the case pretty hard at first on YouTube and stuff. Because when I go out there, that's all they'd be watching, some of Wells stuff on YouTube, on TV.
Ryan.
He's focused on, like, they're so obsessed. They're so obsessed with Summer Wells. Glenda and Pete and all of them, they're just watching Summer Wells videos all the time.
Yes. Well, what I wanted to interject, that's why I was like, hey, hold on. I wanted to interject here that we have from multiple sources, from before before Ziggy even talked to Fred, multiple sources talking about him and Laura constantly.
Yeah.
At the gas station, at Glenda's, at his parents' house, like everywhere they were constantly watching stuff on YouTube, and it shows in his stories, because he will word for word say he witnessed something that someone else has talked about on YouTube.
He does seem to repeat. Yeah, I noticed that too.
Word for word. Even when and we know that Don went down there on the 15th. We know that Don went down to Fred's. And what he and Laura both say was exactly what he said in the very first interview that he did. I'll see her in the resurrection. And that's all they say. Exactly things we already knew. And that's it. He didn't ask, had they seen Summer?
So, Gavel, I was curious about that because I did see a clip. I did see the clip where he said the thing about Dawn saying, I'll see her in the resurrection. And I wasn't sure, so I didn't follow it from the beginning. I didn't know. You're saying that he said that only after that already came out on YouTube?
Oh, yeah. Well, that was June 18th that Don said that. That was his first interview, and Josie was with it. I'm sorry, his oldest son was with him, and he had his arm around him. And he said, I'll see her in the resurrection. If you listen to it in context and not chopped up, you could tell he is trying to deal with the idea. It's been 3 days. Right? And he doesn't live in a fantasy land in that aspect. He's trying to come to terms with it himself. It comes out that way. But then all of a sudden, Marlena, her story, or Fred telling the story that came from Marlena's father, about the resurrection as part of that. They all use the exact same terminology, and then there's nothing else.
Yep. I'm waiting to see who gets these 5 memberships that Real Rock and Robin just gifted. It's taken a long time.
Oh, I don't know. That's cool, Robin.
Thank you, Robin. We'll see who gets them. It's taken a long time. There's a lag there. Jen, you got a membership to our own channel. That's fantastic.
That's awesome.
That's too funny.
But I remember watching this, Ryan, and thinking, why is she not saying anything? And then realizing this is all new to her. She's never.
Oh yeah, it is. Right.
And she's trying to process it.
Yeah. Yeah, it happens. I've noticed that in a number of videos where when he starts providing new information, it's like a deer in the headlights. Like, what? I haven't heard this before.
He's done that when he was talking to Cher. Right? He gave information we had never heard before, and she has to go to the bathroom, so he has to leave too. Like, she won't even leave him, that she knows that he's going to say something that's going to throw it off. Yeah. I don't think we've ever been allowed to hear him talk about that day without her interjecting, changing times, changing situations. She's constantly doing that.
I will openly admit I did get sucked into the Sweetie Pilo and Serafina discussions with Fred, where they interviewed Fred.
Yes.
And that part drove me crazy because you could see him struggling so hard. He wanted to give them some bombshell.
Yeah.
He wanted so hard. And he that's when he started talking about, I got sucked into it. when he
The
started
top
talking
hat
about
and all.
the blue truck, I'm like, wait a second. And the only reason, I'll be honest with you, Gavel Geeks. So I would not have paid any attention to that, but I had just interviewed Fred Hill, and he had just mentioned a blue
Oh, I
truck.
watch all of it. Yeah.
Yeah. And so
You
I'm
have to.
like, wait a second. It's not just Fred talking about a blue truck with tinted windows. There's also, I just heard from Frank Hill. So I ended up taking it seriously, and I regret doing that because I don't think there's anything to that story. I don't, that whole thing with the blue truck coming and then a silver car with the 19-year-old. We know, I'm sure you know, Redmond has a daughter who goes to school overseas. She was probably there. That was probably her car. The description matched her, maybe.
Yeah, but it was
Fred
probably
didn't know that.
Christmas. It was probably Christmas.
Yes. Yes.
Sorry.
Then I'm sorry, and then on top of that, then he throws, of course, Andy coming in, and then staying there a while, and then Andy and this truck left. And I regret listening to that whole interview. I regret taking it seriously because I go back to older videos. I think one of these videos, I don't know if I have it bookmarked here, but he talks about the same exact story, but there's different colors, there's different little details that are different, like things change.
I don't know why, but I can't remember anything about that truck.
You know,
but
the color.
Allegedly, he had SD cards from his multiple Camel locations all the way up Ben Hill, including on Dobbs's land. He claimed he had a Camel. He has all these SD cards, right, that got stolen from him when he went to jail. He had all that time to just check one of them to get the description of the truck, and he never did. They don't exist, I don't believe.
Actually, real Rock and Robin, you have a point. Because when the red Tacoma came out, I can't tell you how many YouTube videos were of people using satellite view to look for red Toyota Tacomas.
Yeah.
Countless video. Insane.
It's crazy. It would be very difficult to track down. But the person who said they saw it, I was just watching Ronnie Lawson talking about that, and he said, my man, and I take that very seriously. We know him. We know, he works in the area, blah, blah, blah. The person who said they saw the red Toyota Tacoma. That's why they took it so seriously. I think Fred at one point claimed, I can't remember who he said told law enforcement about the red truck. And it was like, that's not true. Ronnie Lawson actually came out and said, he didn't say the person's name, but it didn't come from somebody, that lives on Ben Hill.
Yeah. I mean, when she mentioned the SD cards and they kept talking about the SD cards, I'm like, if there is an SD card and they kept saying it was going to come out, I'm like, if it, like I told you earlier, if there's video on there that proves he was there on that day at that time, then fine. Like, we will accept the proof if it's there. Right. And then we're waiting and it's never coming out. Oh, these SD cards are coming out. We have them. We know they exist, and they never came out.
Well, you've got another creator who has a habit of saying, I've seen this myself and stuff like that, that said they initially said they saw Andy on Ben Hill on somebody's video camera. That was the initial story. And then it turned into, I never said it was on Ben Hill. Okay. And then Ziggy lets it slip that she claimed she saw it on Simpson. And then I said, okay, I know this isn't true. Because Simpson has a limited number of people living there. And it is well known what is available there as far as camera footage. So I thought that was really gross. And that's one of her pieces of evidence. Another creator saw him on the road. No, he didn't. And then Fred has these pictures he claims are Andy's father in a red truck, followed by David Bays, right? His father's never owned a red truck that we can find anywhere. That was from Google Maps from, I think, like 2009, maybe. Okay. Literally, it was not from a camera. It was from Google Maps. You could see the arrow on the road. There's a woman in the car. It is not David Bays. And it is not it is not Andy's father in the red truck.
Oh my
And like I
God.
said, it's like over a decade earlier, even on a road that's like behind all of this. It's not even on Beach Creek.
Yeah.
But Prayer Garden puts up screenshots where Andy has sent this to her, telling her as if it is a fact. So she puts it out as if it's a fact that this is
Yeah.
Andy's father. Do you know
Yeah.
what I mean? And he is the source of that. Ziggy is the source of a lot of that. The fake CPS report. We know the fake source. We know where the fake source came from. It's not a real
Well, it
person.
goes back. Yeah, and it goes back to the credibility of the source, and then you've got creators who are treating him as though he's a credible source and repeating it as fact.
Right.
That's what burns me so much.
But Ryan,
And-
you understand that's some of the information that you stole from them. Crap like that. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's some of the information you stole was completely made up bullcrap.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. The I do want to mention real quick, this is really important to me. I want you guys to all look at the screen and observe Appy Blue posting a comment saying, as they're talking about the folks on Light Holler, saying, because Miss Glenda was in on it too, maybe. I don't know. I want you to understand, and I hope some of her followers are listening, because this is what burns me. Is people will post a claim about a local person. This is a real person. This is a woman at this point who is literally fighting for her life. And she has to read this shit. And it's not just Glenda. It's I mean, when Pete was alive, it's people who live here have to read shitty comments of people throwing out these claims of suspicion about them.
Cotton's children.
Oh God, don't
Think
get me
of what
started.
they've been through.
Yeah, don't. Yeah,
That kills me.
yeah.
I've got a bunch of debunking with Cotton too, by the way, that I need to get out.
I'll be honest. Oh, I didn't know we'd go down this road, but I got to tell you something.
Okay.
So, when the thing happened with Cotton's been a sore point for me because that was one of the first things that drew me into the case. That's why I went to Laurel Run. That's why I dragged my ass up a creek in the middle of nowhere, climbing mountains in Laurel Run, looking for a stupid cave that I thought existed. And I still do think there's caverns there, but I don't think it has to do anything with summer.
Yeah.
But what burned me about Cotton Simpson and his family is I got a call. We put out our first Cotton Simpson video. I can't remember what specific one it was, but when we first released the information we had learned, number one about it was like the jailhouse call where I learned about his claim about Cotton, and then my mission to basically find this cave and where he passed away. And I got a phone call from someone in the family. I'm not going to say who they are, but they were. This is when it first hit me, the impact that creators, and not just creators, but their commenters and their community have on the family of these people. Cotton had passed on February 14th, on Valentine's Day. On the birthday of his daughter, he died in Laurel Run Park, and this family has to listen to this asshole. That poor family was so furious. They hate Fred. I think more than anyone, the Simpson family hates Fred because Cotton wasn't the greatest guy. He was, what did some of them called him? Not ogre, but like there was a word they used. He wasn't a fun, loving, wonderful, soft person, right? But he had nothing to do with Summer, and he didn't do anything wrong. And here's Fred throwing their family member who had just passed away and can't defend himself under the bus, accusation after accusation, and now everyone, after that stupid, idiotic jailhouse interview with this twit who's not on the screen, I'm looking at her, sorry. This makes me really angry because talking to the family, it becomes personal. As a creator too, what Kiki just said, as a creator, it's our responsibility when you see your commenter post something that you know is is misinformation or especially if it's like a incriminating claim about someone. It doesn't have to be a local. It could be about anybody, any case you're covering. You've got to stop and say, look, this claim, if you have evidence, I'd love to see it. If you don't have evidence, do not make these claims about people, because that's how rumors cause the most harm to people, to families. Because rumors turn into fact really fast without any evidence to support it, and that's what causes the most damage. And like I said, it's like a virus. These rumors spread like viruses, and they destroy families. They hurt families really bad. So we should probably. I've got a little more of this video. I think they keep on going about Glenda and them. So let's just.
Isn't Glenda the one that was talking with PG?
At this point, she didn't know who Glenda was either. This is pretty early on, so apparently she didn't even know who Glenda was.
And she's wrong. She went down this path for a very long time. It was not Glenda that was talking to PG.
I think Fred actually corrects her. I don't know if he's correct in what he said, but we'll see.
Is saying coming up with that head in the box story?
No, I don't think that was Glenda. I think that was Brenda.
Oh, wait a second. Oh, wait. What year did you say this was?
2025. So this was last June. So not even a whole year ago. He said, I think it's Brenda. It's not her either, by the way.
No, it's not. And the box, I don't know if I've ever talked about this publicly last year. So it was when that all happened. I'll be honest with you. I think that we, because of the source, and they had never talked to anyone before, I'm pretty sure that we had first heard about the head in the box story from a person. I'm trying to be really careful here. It wasn't Brenda, it wasn't Glenda, someone else in the family. And there's two pieces of information that there was this claim made that he had been showing people on his property as inner circle drug clients, I guess you'd call them, this box. And we were following up on this claim, and it was only a claim and it was only rumor. Nobody knew about this. We got this from someone who was in his inner circle, right? We found out about this, and I did not want it to go public, because when some shit like that goes public, everyone assumes it's true. And even though it would have hurt Fred, people assuming it was true, I didn't want to distribute false information.
Right.
We literally wired a woman to talk to someone in his inner circle to make that statement that she saw this box. And then somehow Prayer Garden got a hold of it. I don't know how. and it went public. And it went public too early because it hadn't been proven yet. It was just a rumor. And it was a sick rumor. You know what I mean?
It was. That was sick.
And so, to this day, I will tell you right now, there is zero confirmation, and this helps Fred. There's zero confirmation that box story is accurate. We've not been able to confirm it. There's an unreliable witness or two who made this box story, but pretty sure that's where that came from. And so this blows my mind that this came out here and they're talking about it. But.
Well, interestingly too, a little tidbit, Ryan, as far as that story, that is where the driveway camper lady, we didn't know at the time what she was like. She kept saying, I was working with you and PG. And I had no idea. I think this is what she's talking about. And I had no idea about any of this.
I don't know where PG got it. PG, I'll be honest, I don't watch her anymore. But one thing about her is she somehow can dig. Like, she can get access to people locally who are willing to share rumors. She will not confirm it. She will not confirm the truth of it. She'll just immediately go live and announce it without any evidence to support it.
Yeah,
and
I don't.
That's what pissed me off. It really pissed me off because there was no evidence to support it.
I remember you being mad, but I didn't know anything about it. We were being accused of like working with you guys with locals, and I was like, what in the hell is she talking about? She just puts her name on everything, but this was what she was talking about, I think.
Yeah, it was. And I think this is the first time I've actually mentioned that we were working on that, but I don't care.
No, you talked about it live. You came live.
I did? Okay.
Yeah, because you were very upset that Prayer Garden had done that.
Mm-hmm.
Brenda?
He goes after Cotton's sister, too.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Wallen or whatever.
Or whatever. He knows who she is.
I wonder which one it was I spoke to. I can't remember.
The same one that you spoke to, the one that's got the youngin with.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. I talked to the mother of the daughter. Yep.
Okay, so we've got, he accused Pete Clark. A commenter accused Glenda of possibly being involved in this. And you all have seen this one, I'm sure. Oh, we're going to go back to the old days here. This one.
And passed away in jail?
No,
Or prison?
he fell off a cliff on the backside of Walnut Park.
Oh, man.
How many times have you watched this video?
A lot. Many times. Unfortunately, sadly. It's funny, too, because she says Fred never, ever said that Cotton knew where Summer was.
No, she did not.
Yes, she did. Do you remember him on a different call after this where she goes, "What? They might have found her?" Do you remember that?
Oh my God.
He's telling.
I do. Yeah, it was a follow up. He said we talked about it in the last video. I think something like that.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
But she claims he never said that. But I will say it's very coincidental that this information pops up when he goes to jail. So
right.
A bargaining chip, he thinks, because you hear him go, if I had somebody helping me from the outside, I could get out of here because when they brought me back, the pin slipped in my arm and it's like they could get in trouble for it. You know, he's just constantly with this whole thing about sneaky ways to get out of jail. So I don't put it past him that this was concocted in order for him to appear to have some kind of bargaining chip.
I'm going to play this, and then I got a really important question for you. There's a text message I got from him when he was in jail, and I was hunting down Cotton's location, cave, claim he made, and I want to get your opinion. Let's watch this real quick. Okay. I hate watching this again, but this is another claim, another accusation of another local who was passed away and couldn't defend himself.
Another person I believe was involved that we've discussed yesterday. I discussed it with some of the bigger dudes, and they're supposed to be checking a certain area out.
Fields Road or?
I noticed immediately when I was watching this, because I knew at the time that she was obsessed with Andy Bernard being guilty. Mm-hmm. One thing. So when she's hearing this, she's trying to drive the conversation toward, so this has to do with Andy. I knew it. There's proof. And she's like, so Fields Road?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she does this all the time, too. But it's very obvious here. And not only that, but he says Cotton Simpson, and she thinks he says caught on Simpson. Like as if someone were arrested on Simpson Road.
Yeah.
So just keep in mind, that's the context that she's working with. I think Burn Barrel had to tell her after they got off the call, and after Burn Barrel listened to it, she's the one who told Ziggy. He said a name. He said Cotton Simpson.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'll be honest with you. I get anxiety just watching him swaying back and forth. Like, what's going on? What's going on with him right now?
I don't know, but he's half deaf, allegedly. And he's plugging one ear and he's got the phone over the other one. So how is he hearing?
Yeah, I think those phones were like really shitty, but that rocking bothers me because I've seen people who have really serious psychological problems. And when they talk, they do that rocking back and forth. kind of
Well,
thing.
you know, that's also like a ADD autism thing as well. Not that I'm saying he has a
Oh, I didn't know that.
anything,
Is that
but
right?
like shaking your knee. Yeah, we had a conversation about it on Nunya has a new channel. We had a conversation about that with Grandma Sherry, who's on the spectrum, and she was explaining some things like you have that nervous energy to
Oh,
get out.
interesting. I did
Yeah,
not know that.
yeah. I thought that was it was an interesting
Huh.
conversation. I didn't know it either.
Okay.
I said they're supposed to be checking a certain
Okay.
area out,
Yeah.
and they're more likely to find her.
Who's the other person that Marlena Crawford?
No, he's done passed away.
Oh, another person involved, you think?
Yeah,
Are you
he
thinking
passed away.
who, Rick? Or Earl Taylor?
So I'll be honest with you. I know. So Gab,
Oh.
I know why you're laughing, because when I first watched this video when I first watched it, I'm like, just shut the F up, because she obviously has no clue where he's going, and she's constantly trying to like drive the direction of where he's going
Yep.
with her own bias. And this was early on. I didn't know her that well, but this interview to me was like, oh my gosh, this woman is so. I didn't want this to be an attack Ziggy night, but this was an observation.
I don't
that
think
I had
it is. I think we're
very-
pointing out things that are important in
Very
understanding. Sorry.
Thank you. Very, very early on, I saw this behavior of directing the witness constantly in the direction that she wanted the fact to go, the information to go. And if it's like, if you're interviewing someone who you think this is a really important witness, this guy in jail has something really interesting to say, shut your effing mouth and just let him say it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you remember the very first thing she said to him when she met him the first time?
No. That was at the foot of the driveway. I'm trying to remember. I don't know. What are you referring to?
Don Wells sure likes to throw you under the bus, doesn't he? So she set the stage
Okay.
right there. And she pushed for information on Jody Sue and Andy the entire time, where he really didn't have any information.
Wow.
And as they talked, he gave her what she wanted. Like whatever she was asking for. I went and talked to so-and-so and they told me, you know.
Yeah. I'll tell you, our followers who are in here tonight, if I'm interviewing someone and I do this and I lead the witness, please correct me. Please tell me to shut up, because this is the most annoying thing I've ever heard. And I watched this video probably 100 times. This is what got me first started on the case, because I believed Laura Run would have answers, and because of this video. And this part, man, it just drove me crazy.
Interestingly, there is a point too where she says, guys, I get things wrong sometimes. Don't listen to things I've said. Listen only to what Fred has said. And I was like, you have got to be kidding me.
let him speak then.
Because there was so much conflict between what he had told her and then she relayed to us. He didn't know that was getting relayed to everybody initially.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't realize that. And once he did, now they're in trouble, right? Because he's got a different version now.
Yeah. All right, we're going to suffer through the next 30 seconds of this. Here we go.
No, it was Cotton Simpson.
Cotton Simpson. And passed away in jail?
He fell off a cliff on the backside of Laura Run Park.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
They're trying to go to a cave.
Wow. Have I heard of this person before?
Nope.
No.
No, you haven't. Because this is a brand new person he's now accusing, brand new. This is
Yeah, but he got himself in trouble. He got himself a polygraph and he is labeled as suspect on that polygraph.
I'll be honest. So the way I think Fred is, I don't know. I'm still not convinced that he is guilty of. A lot of people have emailed saying, look, he killed him. Like he was involved in offing Cotton in the park, followed him. For a while, I kind of believed that possibly him and Marvin followed him. The trail where they were at the Dunkard Church, where Cotton's vehicle was found, there's a trail. You can walk past the Cotton's home. You go past, what's her name? Mary. There's a Simpson family member there that's like Cotton's aunt.
Betty Joe.
Thank you.
Betty
Thank
Joe
you so
Simpson.
much. That's why I have you here tonight, because you got all the facts.
He pointed at her too. He said they're investigating her for Cotton. I mean, it's a constant finger pointing.
Yeah, the family member, the couple that I interviewed, he walked me down the path, and from the church you walk to past her house, and then behind her house is the trail that goes along Laurel Run, and if you follow that trail long enough and you take a right, it goes down the hill to where I now know the Cotton fell. And I was convinced for the longest time that that Fred and Marvin, had followed him down that trail, timed it perfectly, and offed him. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think any of it is true. I still don't know why Cotton Simpson was there. I don't know why he fell there. But hearing 6 Up Media actually interviewed Marvin Simpson, and I appreciate that so much because it provided non-Fred insight into the situation. And he said they turned around early, and I believe him before I believe Fred. I've never met him. 6 Up interviewed him. It's a different source. It's a different person, and I don't know how reliable he is. But in my opinion, at this point, anybody is more reliable than Fred. So I don't know that Fred is guilty or involved in Cotton's case. And the fact that, who was it? Was it 6 Up and Karen who got the email from the sheriff, or Pruitt, who literally said, you don't need to look at Fred. And he was talking about the Cotton case, not the Summer case. You don't need to look at Fred in this case. I think Fred is cleared. Maybe speaking too early, but I don't think that he was involved in how Cotton died. I don't know how Cotton passed, to be honest with you. Karen got
I've never pointed at anybody for either Cotton or Summer, and I won't. Innocent until proven guilty, right? And I feel that way about Fred. I just know that he's not telling the truth about a lot of things, and that's where it ends for me. I would never purport to know what happened to Summer or to Cotton.
Yeah, there's not enough information in either situation, and I agree with you. Like I said, I think I jumped the gun early on because I thought that they had followed him, and I was probably a little too biased early on and believed that he had been that Fred, because $10,000 that was on him allegedly was missing when he was found. So money was stolen from him. Money was missing, $10,000, which is a lot of money. And so I was convinced at the time that, man, that this was an unaliving. And I thought those two people were involved, but I don't know how he passed. It's really mysterious circumstances. Doesn't make any sense to me.
Could have just been an accident. It truly could have. And just based off the stuff I've heard, I mean, actually, that's a possibility too, right?
You know, it's a very strong possibility, Gavel Geeks, because I do know that he had just purchased hours before rugs from Fred. So maybe indirectly Fred is responsible, but he had just purchased those rugs from Fred. And the family, or at least some members of the family, believe that the rugs were
I think
could have just had a really bad trip. He was an old guy and unstable, right? So
yeah. Your microphone is doing something weird.
I'm tapping it. I'm sorry.
Oh no. Oh, I didn't know if you knew. I wanted to be able to hear you. So
yeah. Yeah, that whole situation with Cotton, I just feel bad for the family mostly.
It's horrible. But then at the same time, even when we're aggravated, we have to, all of us, be careful not to turn around and point the finger at them just because they're pointing the fingers at other people that we care about.
Yeah.
It's hard
I feel that,
sometimes because you want to. That's your first
yeah.
instinct is.
Yes. And how crazy it is for me to say that I accept that I let my emotions early on make me lean more toward Fred being the culprit. And I'm willing to actually take a step back. As much as I see Fred and I'm angry at Fred lying about locals, in this case, if you're going to be intellectually honest, then you have to take a step back and say, look, there's not enough evidence that supports Fred being responsible for Cotton Simpson's passing, in my opinion.
And, oh my gosh, you're a human being with emotions and feelings, but also the ability to be able to evaluate yourself and say, I need to take that. So, because I have to do that all the time. I truly do. Yep. It's something, it doesn't come naturally to anyone, I don't think, but you have to continuously ask yourself, am I being fair? Am I being unbiased? Am I, and if you're not, if the answer is no, then it's time to step back for a little bit.
Yep. It is. It's a constant struggle, and I just wish more people would do a self check like that every now and then. You know what I mean?
Wouldn't it be great?
Yeah.
In the world, even,
Oh yeah. Don't even get into politics. That's like the worst situation right there.
That'll have to be whenever I get to Tennessee next time. Maybe we can have some drinks and talk politics. That's a big one. Oh, Tabitha. Cool. Okay.
Oh yeah. So this one is, so Ziggy had posted this and she said this was sus. And implying that Tabitha Shipley was the one that was sus. But you guys, as we watch this, watch carefully. And I love to, after watching this, I'm like, Tabitha is pretty badass because she calls out the texter. She actually doubts that it's Fred at one point. But she's a local, and you can see she's picking up on it halfway through, like, this person's not being straight. All right, let's watch this. And what I want you to pay attention to, this is important, is during this conversation, the one in, I think the one in dark is Tabitha, the one in blue is Fred. And watch where allegedly Fred, if it is Fred, watch where he keeps trying to drive the conversation and where he keeps trying to get her, what he keeps trying to get her to do. Because that's the key here. He's trying really hard. And this has to do with Tim, which I think Nana told me earlier, that's her husband. So this is another local that he's trying to cause problems, to direct the conversation. So just watch very closely and pay close attention. I don't know why she put this public, honestly, because it doesn't cast any suspicion on Tabitha. In my opinion, it casts suspicion on whoever, if it's Fred or Ziggy. I don't know which one it is, actually. I'm still not sure, but we'll see. I don't know who he was. You and Tim were standing there helping him when I pulled in before he went and got the trailer and hauled it that day on the 15th. And Tabitha says, no, we wasn't. Nobody went to the bottom of the hill except Tim. And I know if Tim had been standing there, you wouldn't even have stopped. I wasn't down there at all. And he says, again, me and Tim spoke to each other and stuff. He was asking Tim if he had a relay. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Maybe it's like a mechanical thing and stuff, and knowed how to hook it up between his fuel pump and stuff. And Tim told him no. He didn't know how or whatever. He probably had some kind of security system on it. And that's when I asked him if he needed somebody to haul it. And he said, yeah. And I told him, hold on, and I'll go get a trailer. And this is all allegedly on the 15th. Let's see. I know Tim was down there for sure. I was thinking you was down there, but I may be wrong about you being down there. I know Tim was down there for sure. I figure you and somebody still have your surveillance and stuff. He wanted access to their surveillance. Tabitha says, I was standing on our porch. The guy told Tim somebody on Ben Hill Road had stolen his motorcycle, and he went and got it back. There was a gold-looking car there, too, with another guy in the driver's seat. The guy told Tim that somebody had stopped and was supposed to be coming back with a trailer. When that person came, it was you. You pulled off into our grass a little bit, and Tim told you to get out of our yard. You backed out into the road, and Tim got his jumper cables and came back up the driveway when you got there. Also, Tabitha says, it wasn't June 15th, Fred. It was June 13th. That happened on a Sunday, not a Tuesday. And then he immediately goes, do you think he may have had something to do with Summer going missing? Do you have surveillance of that day? If so, please turn it into TBI. So what's your take so far, Gavel?
Well, I think it's interesting that Fred just keeps pushing, ignoring that she's saying it's the 13th, ignoring her correcting the things that he was saying that were incorrect. It just keeps pushing through. And what I don't understand, what I really would like to understand is how Fred and or Ziggy believe that this is helpful for them and hurtful to Tabitha.
Again, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. Why is he trying to redirect the attention to other people?
How is she sus? And I hate that term too. I hate it when people say that.
I know.
They're sus.
Yeah.
What? Just say the word. It's not that hard.
I love this. I haven't texted Tabitha yet. I actually, through a third party, apologized to Tabitha for misunderstanding to someone else. But now I really like her watching this because she nails. She goes hard. She goes, Fred, we both know that you and Tim have not got along for years. You literally shot when him and our 12-year-old daughter was going four-wheeling and passed your camper. But you and Tim didn't get along before that. When you stopped down there, it was only the guy on the motorcycle and the guy in the car.
Right.
I don't know why she said this.
She's saying he shot at their child.
That's what it sounds like.
That's what she said. Okay. You shot at her, yeah. And I believe when she was on Curse, she said that that's what happened. I could go back and listen to be sure you guys all verify that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. But that would mean he shot at this child. He shot at the dude he shot in the neck. And he also allegedly shot at Marlena Crawford on four-wheelers one day. Is he just running around shooting people and he's not even supposed to have a gun?
Right. And she goes, that's why I'm asking you. The motorcycle was stolen from Kingsport, took to Ben Hill Road, and the guy found his bike and went and took it back from Ben Hill Road, and you lived on Ben Hill Road. Makes no sense. Thank you, Tabitha. I love her.
No sense at all.
She's like, dude, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
And where does he go? He goes back to, all I want to know is, do you have surveillance of that boy on that bike and that gold Lexus? If so, I think it's critical in Summer's case. We can put a difference in for Summer. What is going on?
Okay. That is Ziggy for sure. I think it's critical in Summer's case. That's Ziggy saying that. She's trying to get, because she's buying what Fred says. So she's like, could you just give me this footage?
The surveillance.
Yeah, could you just give it to me? Could you just give it to me? You know what I mean? And she's not listening to what this woman is saying. This woman is telling you that your husband is lying to you.
Right.
Like many, many before have done. Please listen.
This is wild.
Or never mind. At this point, I think it's a lost cause. I don't think she's going to listen ever.
I've talked to TBI in Hawkins County. Tabitha says, okay, so you do know exactly what kind of car it was. This is for Summer. Because I've had this gut feeling that what happened that day led to what happened to Summer. It's sad we live that close to people and had no idea they even lived there. I don't know what So do I. She repeats, on June 13th, not June 15th. Absolutely, positively, for sure of the date. She's like, I know the date, dude. Do you what? I feel it's very important in Summer's case. I feel like it may be been revenge. Do you turn that footage of that? Still focused on getting the footage. What I was saying, I hope you turn the footage into that. I feel like it's critical to Summer's case. Repeating the same comment. Tabitha, who writes very well and very clear, says, I have always thought it was drug debt or revenge, and I think the day of the motorcycle being hauled is a part of what led to what happened. Whoever this is, Fred or Ziggy, says, when I asked him where to take the bike to first, he said, Mall next drive. I told him I didn't know where Monique's drive was. And he said, well, can you take it to West Side Inn? He's told this story in the Sweetie Pilo interview as well. He repeated this. And on the way to West Side, he talked about he had traded that bike to his father for a Toyota truck, and his father's supposed to live in Duffield. I talked to law enforcement, TBI, about it. They didn't act interested. Tabitha, again, awesome reply. This is definitely, she goes, this is definitely not Fred. It's Ziggy. You forget that I'm a country bumpkin too, and we don't speak the same language.
I mean, we've literally seen texts from Fred. It is nothing like this. You can't go from the way that he typed to this. You just, I don't care if you got spell check. It just, I mean, some of it probably was Fred, but I think most of this, especially things like it's critical and it's for Summer, which she says all the time, even when it's, well, often it's not. In this case, she just wants to prove Fred right. I truly believe that her whole point is that Fred is going to be the hero here. He's going to have known all along. He was right about everything, and they're going to sell a book and you know, ride off into the sunset.
Yep.
I think that she believes that. She is already demanding apologies in the future from people.
This blew my mind. I'll be honest, this is the first time I've seen this. Before this live, when I saw this, I was reading through this, and I'm like, I want to talk to Tabitha because this is really interesting. And of course, they're like, no, it's Fred. And then she must have recorded 4 seconds of Fred talking.
That's what it was.
Speaking text. My backer's ass slang too. Just speak up. West Side Inn, one of the best known drug. Yeah, we know that. And anything else places. Red flag, dude. So where else can I drop your bike is what I would have said. But I was clean at the time and you wasn't.
Right.
Tabitha was not pleased, you can tell, with this conversation.
Well, she's irritated because, you know, he's making up this story. She's like, you know, this isn't true, Fred.
Yeah.
Like, why do you keep saying this? This is not that day. And I think a lot of his stuff, like we've talked about before, the day is wrong. For a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
I think it's stuff that happened over 2 years of time, probably.
She repeated it twice, that the day was wrong. He's wrong about the date. She repeated it twice.
Yeah. But see, this is the thing too, and how another way that you know it's Ziggy. She refuses to listen to anyone else. Flat refuses. Like, it does not even go into her ear. Like, she's blocking crap from coming in her head. She won't watch any kind of criticism. Right. And I understand not watching if somebody's just like trashing you, right? I wouldn't want to watch that either, and I wouldn't. But if it's just criticism, she is completely closed to that. She blocks people out of her chat. She deletes comments. You know what I'm saying? It is completely unreceptive to anything except what this idiot says. And I'm sorry, he's an idiot.
They're on a mission. They're on a mission to get. They think there's a surveillance tape that's going to show this person.
Yep.
And prove this motorcycle situation that will conflict, or at least prove an alibi that Fred thinks he's going to have if this tape comes out.
Yeah, and she justifies it with, he's my husband, right? Like she's going to back him. He wasn't always her husband. She made that decision and quickly.
And Tabitha keeps catching it. I love this. Fred, he had a very bad wreck on Beach Creek at the bottom of Bondike's Ray before that and had to be taken care of 24/7. That makes no sense. She keeps catching it. She's not falling for it. She's not, and they keep on pushing. That's what I know. That's why it confused me when I seen him. This is insane.
Yeah, he's saying he saw a guy that he absolutely could not have seen. She's telling him that. And he goes, I know, that's why it confused me.
Right.
What? That it wasn't him.
Right. I was trying to figure out how it could be him after that wreck, you know? I need to know why you are saying it was the day Summer went missing when you hauled the bike at the bottom of my driveway. That's worth repeating. I need to know why you are saying it was the day Summer went missing when you hauled the bike at the bottom of my driveway. That really eats at me. And I agree, Tabitha. I've had so many questions. Questions.
And it's not sus that she asked that. That is a perfectly reasonable adult who wants to know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah. Yep. All of you from our area and so many of you are suspects in this missing little girl's case. She's pissed. She's pissed. You can tell.
And then he goes again. Sure.
It was on the 15th. I know it was on the 15th. I could have been wrong, but I was pretty certain it was on the 15th. Because when I came back from hauling that bike, hauling Brandon Clark's bike back into Ben Hill, had it on a trailer when he's so messed up. And if this is him, it could be Ziggy. So do you have the surveillance? It was on the 13th. Like I said, I have talked to TBI in Hawkins County about the 13th. Where did the Lexus go when you hauled the bike? And that's it. That's the end of the conversation. Well, that's exactly it. He needed to know.
Is he accepting there that it was the 13th? Because there's not a question mark at the end of that.
Yeah, it seemed like that last comment was kind of because before that he kept saying over and over and over, it was the 15th, it was the 15th, it was the 15th. And then, do you have a clip that you might want to talk through? Because I've got to run to the bathroom, but I do want to come back and cover one last thing.
I can show the I can show Bill's report. Police report thing.
Yeah, that would be great. Awesome. Thank you.
Here, let me share it.
I don't know how you did when you did the 8-hour live. Did you have to run to the bathroom at any point?
I did. When I was playing stuff, I would just run to the bathroom real quick.
Okay, I will be right back. Thank you.
Oh, you gotta let me share it.
Oh yeah. How do I do that?
It should pop up down there, and you just allow it. Hey, there you go. Thank you. Okay, so this is when Bill went to jail around the time that Summer went missing. The key here is here. Sentence effective date. And it clearly is June 10th, 2021. It says sentence imposed date, which is 8/6/2021. And I even looked that, so I knew what it was already, but I did look it up to verify that I'm not missing anything. The sentence was imposed by the court on August 6th, but he went to jail on the 10th. He waited for court for almost 2 months. When they got to court, that's when he got the sentence. So on June 10th is likely when he was found guilty. So they knew he was going to jail. They went ahead and took him to jail. And then his sentencing would have been almost 2 months later, which was August the 6th. So clearly he was in jail when Summer went missing. So he is not a suspect. I'm not saying he doesn't know anything about it. Nothing he said leads me to believe that he knows anything about it. But this is that. And hold on, there was one other thing too. Candace, Ziggy was kind of harassing Candace, not kind of. She was harassing Candace about saying that she had only met Bill once, that she didn't know him, and he didn't. He never worked for Don. The reason for her saying this was because the claim from Kelly was that Bill had told her he worked for Don and Don didn't pay him. So he took a gun and held Summer's hands while Don went and got his money for him. And that just sounds ridiculous across the board. I don't know if it was made up by Bill trying to sound tough or something, which is crazy. I don't know if it was made up by Kelly to, have something exciting to say. I don't know. And I'm not saying that either one of them are like whatever. I don't know them. So, and I don't know where it came from. But I do know that Candace said it's not true. And Ziggy went after, let me pull it up. She went after Candace. Candace had gone on to Cow Ladies and said this. It was just the way that she was going after her was like, do you want to back up and tell the truth? And it was because Don was Facebook friends with Bill Shipley on one of his accounts. And this was her going after Candace. So let me pull it up real quick. This is one of the things Nana and I were watching. Hello. I showed this really quickly. I'll show it to you, Ryan, since you're back. This is the sentence effective date, which is the date he went to jail.
Oh, look at that.
June 10th, 2021. Sentence imposed date, which was August 6th, would have been when the sentencing occurred.
Yeah.
So he likely was found guilty on the 10th and remanded to custody. And then he was sentenced in August.
Is Glenview tops right? So they're saying this looks to be probation, not jail. See the top? What does that mean?
No, when he gets out of jail and he's on probation, supervision status is probation.
Okay.
He went to jail and then see how it says split confinement here?
Oh, and the sentence date.
Yeah, that's the sentence type. And it says split confinement is a combination to be partially served in custody with a balance on community supervision. And that's what happened. That's also what Fred had, was a split confinement where he would serve part of his sentence in jail and then he went to the halfway house and then
split confinement. Split confinement. So split confinement with a sentence. The sentence effective date is the sentence is the jail time period, right?
The sentence length here, it was 6 years for the entire thing.
Yeah,
including probation. But at least these 2 months here, I mean, I know it was longer just because I know some more of the story, but this 2 months here would have been him sitting in jail waiting for the sentence hearing.
So the sentence hearing or the 610.
Let me just show you. This is a status, which means what he's on right now, by the way.
Yeah.
This probation right here. A status means
got it. That's
what is the current status, and he is on probation currently. As far as I know.
Oh, I understand now. This is the current status. This is the current record.
Yeah, he would be on probation through 2026. Oh no, 2027.
2027, yeah. Wow.
Yep, right here.
Okay.
I was just going by 6 years here, but yeah. That still would be 27. So duh. But this proves that he was in jail. Not only that, but we have Fred talking about seeing Bill in Sullivan County Jail.
Yes.
Fred went to Sullivan County for the court date. Fred makes it sound like they were all, shacked up together and Bill didn't have anything to say to him then, But he was only there for just for a couple hours or whatever for the hearing, however long he was there. And Bill, I don't know why Bill would have been in a holding cell that far into his sentence, but maybe this is possible. But there is a little bit different tellings of that. Does that, Glenview, does that answer the question, or do you feel like there's still something incorrect?
No, I mean,
I'm happy to talk about it and figure it out if there is.
Yeah. Well, Glenview Top says yes. I think it does for me because the sentence effective date tells me when it would have started. He would have been in jail, and it's a 6-year sentence with split confinement. And I'm assuming typically if it's split confinement, then you start off on 610. He had to be in jail for a certain period of time. I don't know what the split was. Does this make it clear what the split was?
No, it does not.
Okay. I mean, I would assume with a 6-year sentence, that 5 days later he's still in jail.
Well, not just that, but they would hold him in jail until his sentencing. He had not been sentenced.
Okay, that
So
proves it. That
yeah, they
proves
would
it.
remand him. So
Thank
he was, and we can ask Bill about this.
Yep.
You know, ask him specifically, like, what was your sentence? Like, how did it work? Don't even give him a date. Just, hey, how did your sentence go? Like, were you in jail for how much time or whatnot? Or did you have to do any time? You know, that might be a good way to determine.
How is Geo Bortz? Are we so late that you're actually done your concert? That's amazing.
What happened?
So Geo Bortz is our official bouncer.
Hey, bouncer.
Out of here, yeah. He was at a concert a while ago. Well, a band concert, and he plays guitar with Slick Cadillac, a local band. Very cool.
Real quick, can I address Amber's comment?
Yeah, which one?
She said, did anyone else hear the rumor that a cousin of Candace said that Summer was taken accidentally due to a rug debt that was supposed to be Marlene? What?
Oh, I've heard that rumor. There we go.
Right.
Thank you. Yes, good one to talk about.
There was a person that did an interview, and I can't remember whose channel it was on. Dolly. It was Dolly Vision.
Yeah, Dolly Vision.
Called into Dolly's
cousin, the quote unquote cousin.
Yeah. Much of that story has turned out to not be true. Many of the things that this person said. Yeah. So take it for what it's worth, but I've not seen any validation of that.
The other thing, she said someone died, one of the Crawfords died, and they hadn't at the time. Isn't that true? She claimed a family member had died, or someone had died close to.
To the Crawfords?
Yeah.
I can't remember who they said, but Rick had died fairly early on. All that anything that person said, they could have gotten off of YouTube. Easily.
I threw that out. Yeah, I threw that whole interview that Dolly did with that person claiming to be the cousin.
Well, yeah, just call me cuz.
Totally false. So
just call me cuz, they said.
Yeah, yeah.
I was like, okay.
No.
Sorry, I saw that and wanted to address it, and thank you for.
No, it's a good one to address because it's a good example of, again, someone anonymous, especially anonymous sources sometimes can be good. I'm not gonna throw out anonymous sources, but you have to be a lot more skeptical when a source won't give their identity because they may not be who they say they are. And the other thing too is that every single thing they claim, you need to go to the records. If they say someone died, confirm they actually died when they said they did. There were at least two things that I caught her saying that I did look up, and they were completely false. A couple other creators had debunked some things they said. So that source, in my opinion, and no disrespect to Dolly, but that source is completely not reliable, not credible. Do you agree? I mean,
oh yeah, I agree 100%. Yeah. And it's because, especially over time, when you go back and listen to it, you're like, oh yeah, that's not even true. We know that now, you know.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. We don't have to share. I was going to share this, but we don't have to. It's not a big deal.
Which one?
Share? Oh wait. Oh, here it goes. I thought you had taken it down. I was looking at the wrong screen.
Nope.
Let me get. I've got a timestamp here.
Hey, could we talk real quick? Actually, before you play this, if you don't mind, I think Eliza makes a good point. Eliza, hope I pronounced it right. What do you know about the Scream, Gobbledygook? I've heard various versions of the Scream story. Some of it concerns me a little bit, knowing what we know about the boys now. Can you share what you know, the truth about it?
So, what I have always said, regardless of what I'm accused of saying, what I have always said is that I agree with law enforcement that the Scream was unfounded.
Okay.
And there are a few different reasons. They talk about how we couldn't have done a test of the sound when we were up on 125. And there's all kind of stuff said about that because we didn't have the equipment. Well, first of all, they don't know what equipment we had. I would just say that. Second, I'm pretty sure that Jody Sue and her children, when they were listening for sounds, were not listening with equipment. They were
Of
listening
course.
with their ears.
Right. Yeah.
So I don't see what good equipment would have done in that case. The driveway camper lady believes that she has never said what direction the scream came from.
Did the
And
driver,
she
did the
has.
camper lady, did she say she at least heard a scream, even though she didn't know the direction?
Yeah, she said she heard a scream. She just always wanted to make sure everybody knew she wasn't going to tell us the direction.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm saying? So it's that kind of thing. Like, I've got information that you want, and I'm not going to tell you. And I don't care. I don't. I mean, whatever information's out there is what we have to work with.
But I don't. What I don't get about the scream claim. I mean, Jody Sue came out with it first on the news, obviously, and whether or not you take Jody Sue as a reliable source.
Actually, Dawn told everybody first that the neighbor heard a scream.
Wait, what?
Dawn is the one who said it publicly first.
I did not. Hey, Andy, good to see you. I did not know that.
Yeah, he was on Shares one night, back when he used to talk to her a lot, most nights.
Okay.
And he said our neighbor heard the scream, and everybody about lost their mind because we'd never heard that before.
Right.
Then people started saying Dawn was lying because they'd never heard it before. And Crazy Crime Chick released an audio recording of someone who had been talking to Candace within the first week. I can't remember how many days it was. It was very quickly, where Candace was saying the neighbor had heard a scream. So that validated that early on, it was known that was the claim.
But see, and the other Rock and Robin, I agree that if it only came from Jody Sue Brown, maybe you could say, okay, yeah, she's made a lot of claims, and she's not a reliable source. Some people would say that. I'm not saying that. Jody Sue, don't come after me, but some people
will anyway. Don't worry.
Yeah, I know. Some people would say that, but I have to tell you, beyond her, the news media interviewed. What is Andy? Andy, what do you call him? Your son, Boogie? Boogie? Is that his nickname? Bug. He went on the media and confirmed what she was saying. Why would he lie?
I don't think he would lie. I think that to me, and I have watched this occur with what was believed about Andy. Over time, if you continue to tell people something, especially children, over and over and over again, they believe that it's true. Now, I'm not saying that's what happened.
Yeah, I don't know, Gavel, because this was right after. This was right after the media interviewed them. Right after.
No, they did not. The media interviewed them in November, I believe.
Yeah.
Let me check for sure. It was well after. Well after.
Interesting.
Hold on. I'll tell you in just a second. Let me query it.
And the piece, I hate to, while you're looking something up, I hate to drop this on you, but the piece that bothers me isn't so much the scream, it's what several people have reported about the scream and what came as part of the scream, which was the claim that Candace had yelled out, "What did you do?" Have you heard that?
I did, and there's something real funny about that. So, it was actually November 11th that this was released. She talked to him a few days before that, I would assume.
It was November. Oh my gosh, that's insane.
Yeah, it was not quickly after at all.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm saying that they may have heard something.
Yeah.
Whether they all describe it differently. Especially her daughter is very different from the other.
Well, no, you're right, though. It is concerning that it came out not immediately after, but months after. That's not a good sign.
They said they heard it. She claims she told the police that day. Candace clearly is talking about it within a few days. I can look that up as well and see when that was.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was November, so it had been talked about, I'm sure. But driveway camper lady says she made it a point never to talk. She didn't want to contaminate each other's stories. but they all have a very different description of the scream. And a lot of the trust that I put in that is with law enforcement saying that they found it was unfounded.
I agree. Yeah.
It didn't have to do with Summer.
Right.
Now, part of that, and this would just be things to consider, right? If you look at the conversation between Andy and Jody Sue that day, she never mentions hearing the scream at the time that she claims that it occurred, right? And that's fine. She didn't mention it. However, she does mention hearing a sound that woke her up at 2:15-ish.
Yeah.
It's possible that the reason that they find it unfounded is that the time frame did not match with what they knew. If the time frame is not what she's telling the public, if she told the police it was where she claimed she heard a sound, which was 2:15. And this is not fact. It's a fact that is in the record, in the text messages. It is a fact that law enforcement says it's unfounded. But whether it's true or not, I don't know. I am of the opinion that whatever they heard was not so. And that's my opinion.
Well, I'll agree with you. So I agree with this commenter. I'm not a fan of Hawkins County. I think they screwed up. I'll be honest with you. I think they screwed up a lot.
No, that's a rumor.
But the thing is, for law enforcement to come forward and say, hey, we looked into this claim, this piece of this case, this fact that has come out, we looked into it and it's unfounded. Even Hawkins County law enforcement, I think you could say that they must have followed up on it and debunked it in some way for them to come public with that, right?
Yeah, and he said it more than what he said unfounded in one case, and in another time he said that there was nothing to that connected to Summer's case or something like that. We found there was nothing to that.
Yeah. So you're probably right. Maybe there was a scream or there was a sound, but the time frame didn't match up when she went missing or something.
I mean, that's just some of the things I considered. Guys, please don't. That is not a fact that the sound was at 2:15. That is not a fact they didn't hear a scream. None of that is fact. I want to be very clear about that because I have been clear in the past, and she keeps saying that I said it didn't happen. That's not what I said, and you shouldn't have an issue with it.
Yeah, the scream has always been a constant back and forth with me. I just sometimes I'm like, what if it was true? What does it mean? But you're right. The fact that law enforcement came out publicly and said it's unfounded, we should probably take that pretty seriously, even though it is Hawkins County. And
at a separate time, he said, I believe that they looked into that a few months back, and it didn't have anything with Summer's case. Like it didn't have anything to do with Summer's case. So he said two different things that meant it was not factually based that it was Summer.
Right.
He said two different things that said that. And it's not her fault if that's the case. It's not their fault.
No, I mean, they
reported what they heard.
Right.
But to try to force it on people as a fact is not right either.
And Black Dragonfly, I will say that I agree with you. To me, as an observer, and her being a witness saying, look, I heard this scream. And the timing for me, the way she described it sounded correct. We have to take it seriously that law enforcement said it's unfounded. And as tempting as it is to ignore what law enforcement says, and if you may not like Hawkins County, you may not think they did a good job in this case, they would not, any law enforcement in the whole country, no matter how much you think they're good at what they do, I don't think they would come public unless they've followed up on it and confirmed that it just isn't related. I can't tell you how it doesn't relate. The timing to me seemed like it matched, but they know more than we do. So
hold on. The timing that you have was, I would say it was about 10 minutes before I messaged Andy back, when most of her times have changed throughout. There's nothing in the messages that say it was at 4:42. Nothing. That is her saying her guess is between 4:30 and 4:42.
Okay.
Right? That is not a fact. That is her saying that. And we've proven multiple things that she said to be incorrect, specifically times that she's given. Now, in those messages, at 2:15, she says, a loud sound just woke me up.
2:15.
I was saying it is conceivable that it was earlier that she heard this sound.
Hey, not to drag you down,
4:42.
not to drag you down a rabbit hole. I've heard this often. People have asked me about the stump grinder claim that she said she heard a stump grinder. I haven't seen anything
What?
about that. What do you know about the stump grinder sound?
Nothing.
Okay.
Absolutely nothing. I heard a metal. She talked about a metal clanging sound early on, and she would say that Fred and Don would meet up at like 1, 2 in the morning, and they were creeping around down at the road, and that you could hear their feet under the gravel, and then you hear boards lifting, and then you hear metal scraping on the road. She had heard a horse on the road in the middle of the night. Yeah, she did, and she may have heard every bit of it. I don't know, but for me, that is all her version of events, which is absolutely fine. I take it into consideration. Some of the things that she said, I believe are true, mostly because there's evidence of it when I believe it, some kind of evidence that shows it. But I don't, with the timing and stuff, she has been extremely wrong. She just came out not long ago laughing that she never told everybody that that she went down the hill at 6:09. And here's a message of her text message at 6:11 where she was still up on top of the hill. And she thought it was funny. She's messing with people, guys. And I don't know why people don't see that. She has.
You really think so? You think she's intentionally messing with people as far as what she is claiming?
I'll show you guys a clip. I'll have to find it. But
Skilo, I don't know how I don't know how easy this is for you. Skilo suggesting that you show her text from 6:15 at that point to show what she heard. Is that easy enough, or is that hard to find for you?
No, I can pull it. I wanted to let me just finish my thought here with this.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry.
No. I just wanted to finish it. So she initially had spoken with True Crime Commentary, Scott H., which True Crime Commentary was Penny and Scott H., right? She had gone on their channel, she interviewed with them, and there was a decent amount of information there. That is so different from the story that she tells today. Additionally, all the information that she has, she put in the Discord where she was talking to them, very different than what she says today. When she got caught on it by us, we put up, here's what she said in the Discord, which is like they didn't search. She had to show them how to do a grid search because they didn't even know. Just all kinds of crap. She went live, and her response to that was to maniacally laugh and say, I fed them all hot garbage. Okay? That is who you're listening to and taking the word for. 442. Yeah. I just can't, guys. And outside of that, Ryan, you just mentioned when she said she heard what did you do? What did you do? Nothing, Mama, nothing, Mom.
It's always bothered me, yes. Yeah.
Well, first of all, notice that everything that she is claiming someone else says, she says it twice. What did you do? What did you do? Nothing, Mama, nothing, Mama. I don't believe that is a sign, can be a sign of certain things. However, when we were there, to be where she said she was standing at the creek, to have heard up on top of the hill Candace say, what did you do? What did you do? And the boys to say, nothing, Mama, nothing, Mama.
Yeah.
She claimed they couldn't hear her, right? She yelled up and they couldn't hear her, but she could hear what was going on top of the hill. That is a lie.
Well, why do you say that's a lie?
On the top of the hill, you could hear everything down at the bottom. Everything.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, we were out there. You could sound.
It sounds like you're yelling.
Yeah.
If you're on top of 110 on the Wells property, standing where she claims that Candace and them were standing, and somebody else is down at the bottom, you can hear. It sounds like they're yelling. Literally, Tracy called me. I was at Nana's. Tracy called me and said, "Can you tell them to stop yelling down there, down at the bottom of the hill?" They weren't yelling. I was able to contact. They couldn't contact each other because of where Tracy was. but they, I was able to contact both of them. They were speaking in normal tones, and it was extremely loud on top of 110.
So
Now,
I mean,
the
what I'm
reverse.
hearing from, what I'm
Hold on,
hearing from you is that she could have heard it, right? I mean, clearly.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it doesn't matter the time of year, all of that. That does not matter in that
Right.
case. And beyond that, the opposite is so. Candace would have been able to hear Jody Sue down at the bottom, down at the creek down there. Number one, and number two, Jody Sue would not have been able to hear a word at the top of the hill. Now she could hear some things over on her hill.
Yeah.
But standing down there at the creek, no, you cannot. That was tested repeatedly, different times of year, different kinds of foliage.
Wow, that's wild.
All of it. And so we put that out. She went live right after that and said, I was thinking about it. And you know what? I think Candace heard me that day. I was heard. And then she claimed she could hear their feet on the gravel like they were listening to her and snickering and not replying. There's a lot to that lady, guys, and I know it sounds believable.
But I don't get Gavel. Can we take?
You gotta have proof.
But if we take a step back, I don't get it. I just don't get it. Jody Sue is a neighbor of the Wells, as was Andy. Why these claims? Is it just I mean, she was picked up by the media. Media was interested and she got featured on the news. Is it just that? Is that all this is about?
They talked to Cam and Allie too. I mean, I don't think they were talking to anybody to talk to them, I think. I think it's attention, and I think this is a lot of attention. And I think the same for Fred.
What? Bill? Well, hold on a second. Somebody said Bill is in the house. Hey, Bill. Oh, God, I'm scared now. Please behave yourself, Bill, please. Please, I'm begging you. We're trying to have an intellectual conversation right now.
Now, can I ask Bill this question?
Yeah, absolutely. He'll answer anything, I think.
Hey, Bill, we're trying to help get people to shut up about you, right? And thinking that you have something to do with this. However, when you were in jail, it says your sentence effective date was June 10th of 2021. And then the sentence imposed was August the 6th of 2021. From this, I would assume that you were found guilty on June 10th and then sentenced on August 6th. First of all, is that true? That you were in jail from June 10th?
And really specifically through June 15th.
Well, I think it probably through the end of the year at least, but definitely through 15th. I'm afraid if we say the 15th, then it's going to be, well, he must have got out on the 15th. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know how they do.
Yeah.
I want to be clear. This is the full amount of time.
I'm so glad that he's not angry at us for clarifying in the intro. I want to know what is being said about me, so let's get this party started. So if you can just...
Bill, how long were you in jail in 2021? Like when you went to jail in 2021, how long did you serve? Because I know that you ended up on split confinement, so you had probation. How long did you serve in jail? Let's start there, maybe. I believe you, Papa.
I do too. I know. He's in. He actually started an AA group in the area, which is impressive.
Oh wow!
Yeah, first AA group in the area, as far as I know. Anyway.
What does that mean? The scream didn't relate to dogs? I'm sorry, I don't know. Either way, there's a ton on the neighbor, Ryan. It's an undertaking, right?
I just don't get the motivation. So
attention, I think. attention that they have not had previously.
She was trying to get. She obviously cared about attention because she was on Facebook. She was trying to put herself out there, but do you think she would take advantage of this case of a missing case? Do you know what I mean? Like,
sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but
here's my opportunity. Now I'm gonna jump on this, and this is gonna be my claim to fame. Like,
I don't think it was that intentional. I don't. I think there is a history of claims that she was the smartest, that she's a published poet, that she's an artist, that she worked with real journalists on, political things. There is a need to be important there, if that makes sense. And I'm not knocking her. A lot of people feel like that. I mean, she will take it that way, and there will probably be a live just saying the worst things about me. I don't care anymore. I really don't.
Well, I mean, you obviously you obviously care about the one thing, and that's the truth about the case. I do recognize when I listen to her, which is rare. I don't always watch her, but when I do, I mean, Jody Sue is not. I would never put her in the category of Ziggy. She's not stupid. She's very intelligent. I recognize about her. She can be intelligent. She can speak intelligently. She can
knows the words to say.
She does, and so
sound a certain way. Yeah.
It's just not. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that she doesn't seem the type that would be as shallow as being like, I'm gonna only care about like visibility and like I want to get attention.
Well, I don't think that's the only thing. I think
it seems deeper.
Money. I think money had a lot to do with it. I think once Andy left, there was it became not as much about Summer anymore. It became about Andy, and there's no way that you have any idea of the early stuff because she's taken a lot of it down. Private.
Yeah, you're right. I haven't seen any of that.
And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean,
no, I agree.
She counts on that. She kind of tries to reinvent herself occasionally.
Okay.
But we do have all of those things.
Bill just confirmed he was in jail when Summer Wells came up missing. Mm-hmm. So Ziggy, Adrian, you're wrong about that shit.
Well, I just wanted people to know. I don't know. I've been calling you Mr. Shipley, so I hope that's okay. But what I wanted to get across to everyone is that you are not. You were in jail when Summer was taken, or when Summer went missing. You were in jail. You are not responsible for what happened to Summer. So why are you being attacked, and why is this being talked about as if you are a suspect when it's not possible?
I mean, I think we can. I think it's pretty much laid to rest at this point. This particular claim and suspicion about Bill. I mean, I think you pretty much, with that document, you pretty much nailed that he was in jail. I mean, he couldn't have done anything. So,
yeah. And I know it's a lot to take and I feel sad for Jody Sue a lot of the time. I do, but then she's so damn mean. Like, and she makes up stuff about people, and then I get angry, and then I feel sorry for her again, and then she opens her mouth again, and it's a hard thing to deal with. I'm at the point where I just don't care anymore. If she can threaten to take me to court, just like, Ziggy threatens to take people to court. I've done nothing but debunk lies. So there are no lies here. I have not defamed anyone or said anything. I can back up everything I've said.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anyone else on YouTube someone could say has receipts than you. Yeah, you've got anything you claim as being a fact is going to be backed up by evidence. Right. Jody Sue, I don't know. I don't think Jen and I have ever talked about her really.
No,
we haven't. Well, the thing is with the
I
thing
warn
is,
you.
I know, and I'll be honest, I've watched her from afar, and I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued by Jody Sue because she will take this like approach to talking about people and about the case and about people who are related. You have to understand, like, okay, Ziggy may talk about Paul Hill, and because it comes out, and so it's a hot topic, and she'll go after it, and who was it that brought out like someone related to the Hill family that was supposedly a pedo at some point? It might not have been Ziggy, it might have been someone else, but it was a hot topic for a while, and everyone was sharing it. And it's chasing views and chasing what's popular and chasing. Jody Sue doesn't do that. Jody Sue will make a well, sometimes she will. I'm sorry,
What
I
the-
won't. Yeah, I know, but
Ryan,
Just-
listen. Go ahead, and I'll
just let me
I'll
finish.
tell you
Let me
something.
finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
There are comments she has made from years ago that I listened to today, and I'm like, that woman knows something. And I found connections with the Hill family. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to say anything because I don't know that it even matters.
I
But
already know.
there are relationships. There's history. She has connections with people in that area. And there are some things that she says that I'm like, does she know something, or is she simply using those connections as a way to sound like she knows what she's talking about? She mentioned Van Hill long before that search. You know that.
Well, yeah, I'll have to take that off line to tell you about that. But
What?
yeah,
Okay.
It has nothing to do with the search that was done there.
Okay.
I even posted about it.
Is it a relationship? Can we just say that? So we're on the same page.
Wannabe, yeah.
Okay. That's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about, Gavel. Though, like, I know you know what I'm talking about. Then, and that tells me there's additional insight. Ziggy lives in Indiana. She doesn't have that insight.
Right.
This woman has like relationships with people who now are.
But okay. So and I will show you. I won't just tell you. I will show you.
Okay.
We will go back through and show the versions of these stories, just like I'm trying to do with Fred. Hers is way more tangled and way more voluminous than Fred's even. Okay.
Okay. Hey, Hash Brown, good to see you.
But I'll show you the change over time, and you'll start to see for yourself. I'm not even going to tell you.
Oh, I'm intrigued. Oh, I like it.
You'll start to see for yourself. You'll go, oh, you know what? I'm seeing this, and I'll go, yes, you are. There's just a lot going on there. And some of the stuff that she has said, she can back up with whatever. Like she has she had talked to somebody about what an asshole or dumbass Fred was because he was trying to tow a truck down 110's driveway, tow it down the driveway. It was making all kind of noise because it was running into the back of his truck. So she shows this. We now have a date on that message for the day that he got the truck from Dawn and Candace's. Well, there are stories tied to him getting that truck from Dawn and Candace's, like when he saw Boog in a pool.
Oh, right.
Right?
I heard that. Yeah.
And that date is months before they got that pool. It's not true. He didn't see Boog in a pool with something because the pool wasn't there.
Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying? And we can prove it. We've got photos with metadata on them. We've got that timestamped conversation that Jody Sue was having to say when the truck was taken. And also, there's a story about Candace said, "Yep, I'm pregnant." Remember that story? No. That was when they went to get the truck. That means that she wasn't pregnant right before Summer was missing. Do you see what I'm saying? All these stories start falling apart
because the timelines don't match up.
Right. And I can say that I have a high confidence that what Jody Sue showed was true. It does not show any signs of being manufactured. There was a reason for her to manufacture it.
Right.
And the date matches up to some other things that were circumstantial that go, okay, yeah, that's right. That matches. So Boog wasn't in the pool. And apparently Candace wasn't pregnant either. So, but I didn't really believe that anyway. But
oh yeah, the whole pregnancy thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and Laura and Fred have lied about Jody Sue multiple times. I mean, you know what I mean? You got to dig in and you got to see what you have to back up whatever and see if you can even find the truth or if it even matters.
Yeah, that's the thing. So Gabble,
it's tangled. It's very tangled.
That's the thing. Someone coming into this case, let's say someone gets interested in Summerwell's case and they start watching video after video. They watch Ziggy, they watch Gabble Geeks, they watch Jody Sue Brown, they watch us, and the information that is irrelevant and meaningless, it's hard to separate from what matters. It really is at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's such a mess of like shit that has been made up.
You have to be very careful, and you have to be sure that what you have is as reliable as you can get it, you know? And then you also have to state you're confident in what you're putting out, or like I said earlier, that was my opinion based off of these multiple things, right?
The evidence, because if you provide evidence, then they can believe it. They can take it as a fact.
They can decide. Yeah, and I've always felt that way. If people believe the scream, I don't care. If people believe Andy's on the road, I don't care about. That's fine too. But I just don't want lying about it.
Are you convinced that the? Are you convinced at this? Are you convinced at this point that the scream itself is unfounded, like law enforcement said? Then
yes,
we can discard the scream as.
Well, I can. You guys decide how you feel about it. I mean, I'm not trying to tell people what to think by any means. But for me, yes, I feel confident that it does not have to do with Summer's disappearance.
Wow. It's bothered me. It has bothered me for a while.
Sure. It bothered me for a long time, too.
Yeah.
But there's a whole lot of things like, you know, I can show you her time shifting in different interviews as she goes along. And, she'll lie straight to your face and say, I never said blah, blah, blah. And you can play it. You know, just like with Fred. It's like,
yeah.
You absolutely said it, but I have.
And then you pull out the clip and they're like, I never said that, even though you just played the clip.
Yeah, but I have thousands and thousands of hours of her, some of it sitting in silence for long periods of time, just in case she talked about Summer's case, the timeline, anything to do with it. I don't watch anymore because at this point, all she does is try to correct or twist the story even more to fit it because it's high level, the same story, right? People don't even think about it. They're like, well, she's told the same story the whole time. Absolutely not. She absolutely has not.
Yeah. And Real Rockin' Robin is right. I never considered that because you're right. There are text message evidence of the 15th. And she would have mentioned that. She would have mentioned that.
Well, I mean, even if she didn't, she did mention a sound at a different time, an earlier time. And so I wonder, like, is that the original time? And in her mind, it's gotten mixed up, right? She says it was 10 minutes before I messaged Andy. Well, was it 10 minutes before you messaged him earlier? Do you know what I mean? Like, not even that it's on purpose.
Yeah.
But that it, and she also accuses Dawn of doxing her and outing her when he just said our neighbor heard a scream. And then somebody said, which neighbor? And he said, they live over there. And his house, their house was right there with the lights on. She claims that was her cabin. And she said, I could have been walking around naked in there. In the Wells house, you could have been walking around naked. Lord. Yeah. But there's a lot of anger and some of it righteous and rightful and hatred there. And I hate that she carries all that with her all the time. There's a lot of hatred. And I know she's not going to stop. She will continue to lie about us. I mean, it's ridiculous to think. She says we've interfered with courts and judges and that we've interfered with services. I have never in my life. interfered in anything like that at all.
When she says you, is she talking about you chasing?
She says my name. It's always my name. Sometimes chasing is added, and sometimes Adrian is added. But she has said my name almost every live for about 3 years straight. You laugh, but that's true.
I'm sorry.
It'll have absolutely nothing to do with me. What she knows it doesn't, and she'll say like Danny and Chasing and Adrian.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what? What? But I've never done the thing. She said I wanted to get her daughter to get information out of her. First of all, I don't really. I like kids, but I don't want kids. I don't want kids around.
You wanted to what? Get her daughter?
Yeah, I wanted Andy to get custody so I could have just full access to her daughter to get information about some. Okay. And I'm like, but your daughter went. You pulled her up on a live and helped her tell her story.
Yeah.
What else is there? I don't care. I've never tried to talk to anybody. The only people I've talked to was because Nana wanted me to talk to them because they had information about something, or because Adrian was talking to them or something.
Yeah.
I'm not that person. I'm not the interviewer. I'm not good at it.
Yeah.
I'm good at what I'm doing.
Can I take a pause real quick?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So Bill, I wanted to mention to you that I did get reached out to by Kelly, and I just want you to know that I don't think that Kelly intentionally did what she did when she told the whole story about what happened in your relationship with her. My understanding now that I've heard from Kelly is that Ziggy was stalking your Facebook profile. She saw a comment that Kelly made on your profile, and she targeted Kelly, and she convinced Kelly to go and do this interview and expose the whole sordid details about your relationship. And Bill, I will tell you, yeah, please do rewind. I will tell you that I don't think Kelly intentionally meant to put this stuff out there and hurt you and hurt the family and just expose this shit about everything. I think that she was pulled into it by a content creator who just was looking for ammunition on you, and
she was hurting at the time, probably.
Yeah, I wouldn't target Kelly. If you want to go after anybody for defamation and attacking you, you have every right to go after Ziggy, because I think she was the one that wanted to make that happen. So it's up to you. Obviously, you can do whatever you want. You do whatever you want, obviously, but I just want you to I wanted to let you know that I heard from Kelly. She didn't intend it to go that far. I know you guys have issues. I know you don't like each other at this point, but I wouldn't blame Kelly for what happened. I would blame Ziggy, to be honest with you. Just between us. So
I think we helped get your name cleared, at least for thinking people. Yeah. Paw. I hope that helps some of the stuff that you've been having to deal with outside of this. I really do.
Oh, I see Auntie Sherry. What are you sharing?
Oh, okay. So this is where Candace said that she didn't know Bill. And she said he never worked for Don. Basically saying the story was not true.
Oh, shit. No. You're ruining the bombshell that I have for Steve's interview. Darn it.
Oh, no. I will. We can watch it later.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Oh, I really don't care. We can. I'm sorry.
It. Please debunk it. Absolutely.
It's just Candace saying that. The interesting thing is how Ziggy reacts to it, trying to act like Candace is doing something wrong or that she's lying. So, we'll listen.
Interesting. I want to hear it.
Oh, I'm muted. And prepare. This is, if you guys have not listened to the farm lady, cow lady, before, it is very loud sometimes. So there's a lot of people talking at once. So prepare your ears.
Oh my God, he never did. Never did that ever.
Did you read? He never did that ever. What? Why does she act so defensive right away? So she knows who Daisy's talking about, even though Daisy's mispronouncing the name. It's Billy Shipley. But you can tell Candace has already heard about this in advance. What the hell does that mean?
It means, Ziggy, that you promoted this whole story all over YouTube, and somebody asked Candace about it. What do you think it means? What is she? I don't even understand this. And like she's yelling, "What do you mean it didn't happen?"
Right.
Ziggy doesn't know anything about it.
I know.
That's Candace's husband in life. But Ziggy claims she knows better.
You're right.
He's never what? He never did that? Did what?
His message on Facebook.
Like
No. Oh, you need to go read it, Candace.
I don't
want to.
Candace, he
was
never
saying-
even live up there on your property or nothing, did he?
He's a bald-faced liar.
Well,
No,
I
he
think
was.
What happened?
I'm muted. That's what happened. I have to be muted at least once per live, even when it's not my live. And so Candace believes that Bill has said this, right? That's why she said he's lying. It's because she thinks he has said this story. I don't know if he did. Kelly is the one who presented it publicly on Ziggy's channel, saying that Bill told her that. So that's why Candace is saying this.
Okay.
Threatening some of the YouTubers.
Why is she acting like that? This is making me uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable? What does that even mean?
Can I tell you something? Every time I play a clip from Ziggy, and
you
on my
laugh
phone or something, Jen is like, "Can you please turn that shit off right now?"
My husband's the same way. He can't stand it. Her and the driveway camper lady. He's like, "Oh my God!" And I'm like, "Yeah, I know." They're like, "What now?" I'm like, "Yeah, I know." But he has some pretty good jokes.
That's why I do this, riddle me this, because I can't watch things more than once and get a real reaction. Like, I'm not a good actor. This is very concerning to me. It
is very concerning to her that Candace says that Bill never worked for Dawn.
She can't get a reaction, were her exact words.
Oh yeah. And that she's not a good actor. Which is crazy, because what is drama? Acting.
Right. Oh my God.
That's why I do this, riddle me this, because I can't watch things more than once and get a real reaction. Like, I'm not a good actor. This is very concerning to me.
Conjecture.
She's saying she knows him or not. Who's the liar, Candace? What?
Like, what the hell? She's just calling Candace a liar.
Yeah, I know.
I'm going to ask Candace about who this guy is and if y'all even know him.
I don't know the guy. I just know his name, and that's all I know about the guy.
Okay, I just wanted to clear that up. Sorry.
And Donnie doesn't even know the guy, period.
Oh, come on. Doesn't know the guy, period? That means you're saying he doesn't know him at all. I don't want you coming back and changing the story.
My God.
You literally just said he doesn't know him at all.
Yes, that's what she said.
Why does she seem so annoyed by Billy Shipley's name being brought up?
Oh my God.
Because
Oh
that
my
is a
God.
horrific story, Ziggy, that you put out on your channel about her daughter.
Oh my God.
Now, I'm not taking up for Candace. I think Bill that Dawn probably does know who Bill is. But to call Candace a liar and say it's making her uncomfortable and all that, this is what she does. This is drama. This is acting. She didn't get what she wanted out of Candace.
Yeah. She didn't get the reaction she wanted.
Right. So now it turns into this whole, like, why is she acting this way? She did this with Andy, too. When Andy called Pruitt, why is he so nervous? Why is he? I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yep.
And then when she talks to Pruitt, she's pacing the floor.
Oh,
and goes, I'm sorry. Do you know who I am? I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. But
I'll be honest, chasing
why was
that,
she so nervous?
So, Gabble, that blew my mind.
Yeah, I'm not chasing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know. I confuse the two of you every now and then.
I take no offense.
That to me, when Andy finally got that recording, he made the phone call. He was sick of that shit, and he made the phone call to it, and he got that recording. And to me, I was like, Andy, dude, you have to publish this. It's huge, right? Yeah. So he publishes it because you've got Pruitt right there saying, number one, he's saying you are not even an ounce.
You haven't come across my desk. Yeah.
We have no interest in you. You don't have to worry. You don't know. You don't have to come in for a lie detector test. Then he goes, and you really need to stop paying attention to anything that Fred Hill says. And to me, that was like
too much. Yeah, I wouldn't put anything Fred Hill says.
End of story. Period. All the game over. Game over.
So, and what all the kids call cope, Ziggy's cope is with that was Andy's so nervous. He's so nervous, and then they can't tell him.
Yes,
they're allowed to. They're going to lie to him.
They're going to lie to him.
Why wouldn't Pruitt take that opportunity to at least try to trip Andy up?
It blew my mind that I was curious. I expected it, but I was curious how she would react. And for her to say that in that case, even though earlier statements that, like you just mentioned, when she was talking to him, she took everything he said seriously. But in this case, he's lying and he's manipulating Andy to try to make it like, okay, we really suspect you, but we don't suspect you, kind of thing. Right. Blew my mind. I could not believe it.
Well, then when she talked to Pruitt, it was he got really upset when I mentioned Andy. You know, and it's like, no, he's tired of your shit. Didn't you hear at the very beginning that he knows who you are?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure they are sick of hearing certain creators' names.
They've got to be, because you think about it, like the number of times she said she has reported something to TBI.
Yeah.
I feel bad for the investigators. I really do. I feel so bad for them. The shit that they get.
People wonder why he's a smartass.
Yeah.
It's just like, what do you got? Tell me. All right, thanks.
God. Bye. Yep.
But, you got that, and then you've got, Lawson talking to Nana and Karen.
Yeah. Repeating the same thing. Stop listening to Fred. He's irrelevant.
He didn't record he didn't. None of this is true, but she still believes it, and it's Ronnie Lawson lying. He didn't have his picture made with Fred, not on purpose. Anyway, he said.
I don't know, Gabble.
That's literally what he said. Did you have your picture made with Fred? He got not on purpose.
What's crazy about this, and I've seen this so many times. I think I mentioned on our channel often the type of, I used to research like cult memberships.
Oh wow, that's interesting.
Yeah. People who get sucked into a cult, they get insight into the mentality of being in a cult, and then they get out. And a lot of it was Scientology. Like I've interviewed former Scientologists. By the way, if you're a former Scientologist, your family, everything about you, you get attacked. Like you get ripped to shreds because they don't allow people to just leave that cult. And when I'm starting to hear this shit, like stuff like this, the belief system of you have a what's the definition of a cult? You have a leader, like you have a head of this belief system who distributes what you need to believe to be part of this community. And if you don't believe it, you're shunned. You're attacked relentlessly. How many of Six Up followers are people who left the cult of Ziggy and Fred and became now supporters, a charismatic leader? Thank you, Skilo. And now they're like, hey, you know what? We've been freed from this belief system. We see reality. We understand what we got sucked into and what Ziggy's all about. It's a cult, Gavel. It's a cult.
I agree. There are things I see that, and it's interesting too, because when people do recognize it, they're like, what the hell? And they start apologizing to everybody. Right. It's like they're under some kind of spell. They're not under a spell. I'm just saying it's like that. It kind of is. Mentally, you're in this spell of the charismatic leader, like Skilo just said. It's, and then when, yeah, I don't know how to help people. I don't know how to fix it. I know that Summerwells deserves better than having this shit show. This shit show of this. We shouldn't have to talk about this. We should be looking at the facts of the case in your database. You know what I mean? Like the research that you've done, where the evidence points, where she could be, and instead we're dealing with this shit. My database.
Database.
That's what she called it. She used to call it data banks.
It makes me sad. It makes me sad. I don't like it. I don't like even talking about this tonight. I don't know if I like this live. I don't know.
Oh man.
I'm 100. I'm 100%. No, I love working with you. You are a breath of fresh air. You understand how to get to the truth, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate that about you. You are one of my favorite creators. I'll be honest with you.
Thank you.
You are. No, because of how you approach research, and it's emotionless. It's like you don't get tied to how you feel about people. You get tied to what does the evidence show and where does it lead? And that to me is very rare for someone to be able to do that, in my opinion.
I don't see how you can do it otherwise, though, Ryan. Honestly, I mean, then you're just led around, right? But trying to prove
that you believe. Are correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't care. I'm happy to be wrong all day long.
Me too.
The truth.
Yes, I agree. Truth is egoless. Like it just, the evidence leads you where it goes, and it proves where the truth is, and you have to keep your feelings about people, separate from the whole thing. And it's hard. It is hard. I understand why people can't do it. I understand why people get attached to a creator. They fall in love with a creator. And I hope that people who like Jen and I don't fall into that trap. Like, don't believe the stuff we put out unless we have evidence, unless we support it. And if we don't, don't follow a creator because you love them. Follow them because they provide you with evidence and truth and help you understand the reality of a situation outside of however you want to believe. You may believe Dawn and Candace may be guilty. Dawn and Candace may be innocent. So, Gavel, you right now tonight, the evidence in the Summerwells case, just being a unbiased, truth-seeking researcher, can you go on either side of whether they are innocent or guilty? And it's okay, whatever you say, by the way.
No.
There's not enough evidence, right?
Right. There's just not. And what if they didn't do? What if it really is what they say?
Could
You
you
have to
imagine?
consider that.
Could
I
you
would
imagine?
never want to hurt someone like that. Like they've been hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Ever.
Right. And these people that are like, I know they're guilty. They're pieces of shit. They're horrible parents. I'm like,
They
how
don't
can
know.
you say that? What evidence shows that you can choose one side or the other right now? We don't have that. We don't have that.
And they could very well be responsible at the same time. But
They could be.
I can't go either way. I mean,
Mhm.
I don't even have a solid theory, Ryan, because you get new information and it changes.
It
And I
does,
find
yeah.
I
Yep.
find too that I don't focus on theories at all. Like I know a lot of people like to talk about theories and stuff, and I think it's interesting to hear.
I do too. All the time. What do you mean?
I can't, because that's not my goal. My goal is not to get to a theory. Which sounds weird, but my goal is to find the truth, and then people can come up with whatever conclusions they come up with based off of the facts. But the public perception of Summer's case, I feel like, is so mired in garbage right now, and that just makes me so sad. And fighting and drama and lies, and just people have no problem saying the most horrible things about Summer.
Yeah. Yep.
They have no issue. Not even Ziggy doesn't blink an eye. It's like it has no effect on her, and it kills me every time I hear it.
That's
Every
interesting.
time I hear somebody blame children for things.
Yeah, I agree. That's interesting because I think you are probably tied more to the data than I am, because I will explore. I mean, you've seen it in people have seen it in my videos. I will go out and be like, okay, today we're going to explore the theory that Don is guilty. He picked up Summer at this location. You know what I mean? And I'll go drone locations that Don could have. I'm very theory focused, but I like the idea that you're proposing here, that, you know what, maybe not even go down a theory, focus entirely on the facts that exist.
That's just what I totally understand people doing, and you've got somebody's got to, right? And I've talked about it with my friends before, but I'm more instance focused, I think, than that, because it's like I can leave that for other people to talk about, because there's plenty of people talking about it. Just like I was talking about the Epstein case. I don't want to talk about the essay. There are plenty of people talking about that. It is absolutely horrible, but I know what it does to me to get too deep into that. And there are so many other crimes that this group of people have committed, including things that impacted us in our country.
That bothers me.
To me, I want to dig into that.
Maybe that's one reason why I don't go down I haven't started looking at the Epstein files, because I'm a little nervous about what I might discover about the powerful people in our country, what they're willing to be open to and do.
Well, it doesn't appear to be all of them. That's a positive.
That's good. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. And sometimes just being around him, like hanging around him, that doesn't mean that you've committed crimes.
Yeah.
Right. But there are a lot of people who literally were just like on his plane, like the Clinton initiative, the foundation. He took everybody to Africa because he wanted an opportunity to talk to Clinton. Right now, what else might have happened with Clinton? I don't know. But the people that were on that plane going to help in Africa, they're all part of this too now somehow, because they were on the plane.
Wow.
Do you know what I mean? There's no proof that they've done anything. So that's important to me too, to be able to say, look, there's no proof.
Yeah.
Right? Or, hey, there is some serious proof here that everybody's ignoring. And they are. Like the big, obvious thing, a lot of people want to ignore. And I understand it. But, they want to get everybody else, though. People who didn't do anything. It's how it works.
Yeah, it scares me. It scares me, the names that are mentioned as connected to the Epstein files. And It's scary to know that people who are in power can be that evil. I don't want to think about it. Probably should be willing to talk with them.
No, and I understand that too. Because I've always I wanted the truth, but I think I really didn't. You know, because of what it tells. But it is the fact. These are facts, and I would rather learn how to deal with them and see those things when they're occurring, and possibly have some kind of impact, even if it's just my vote, to prevent those things from occurring again.
Yeah. I do want to say real quick. After talking to Kelly and Bill, I've heard from family members about the drama, what happened to your, again, God rest her soul, your former wife. And I know there's a lot of drama in the family, and I'm so sorry. I am so sorry that this shit had to get put on YouTube across how many thousands of people have seen this stuff. And I just want to highlight the fact that Bill, you know what? Bill Shipley, love him or hate him, like his personality or not. I'm sure a lot of people have a hard time with blunt personalities. Some people love them. But I think what he's saying right here, that he does care about the Summer Wells case, that he cares about what happened to Summer. I don't know if you guys know how many locals have been willing to step forward on a platform like tonight. We're having a live. There's 210 people in here. There's probably about, if there's 210 people in here, then there's probably going to be about 6,000 to 10,000 viewers. And Bill Shipley is willing to come on this platform and say he wants to know what happened to Summer and he wants the truth out. And to me, whether he has a background, whatever happened in his relationships, a local willing to step forward in a platform like this and just step up for Summer Wells in this community here in the Tri-Cities, I mean, that says a lot. It says a lot about a person and a local who's willing to just do what he has to do. He's helping Nana put up flyers, which is a lot more than a lot of people have been doing. Nana doesn't have a lot of people helping her. And to me, that says a lot. So thank you, Bill. Whatever people say about you, whatever, you know.
Well, I think, speaking of like what, going to hanging flyers and like you and Jen going out and actually searching, to me that's huge. Say whatever you want, but you guys aren't doing this stuff. You just leave it up to everybody else. Not you, but these other people. They're not doing this.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, the driveway camper lady ended every one of her lives for years with share her picture, share her information, call her by her name without ever calling her by her name, without ever sharing her photo, and without ever sharing her information. Do you see what I'm saying?
I do, yeah.
And I'm not just talking about her. What have Freaky done to help someone?
Married I'm not going to call him a prime suspect, but a person involved in the case.
At the very least, he says a witness. I don't even know that he witnessed anything, to be honest.
I don't know. I'm not going to say that Fred is even a suspect at this point. I just know that he has done. Here's the thing that Steve told me the other night when we were doing the interview. Steve said, Fred has always been this person. Fred has always been the guy in the neighborhood that tells tall tales. He's also had a reputation for being a thief, by the way, just so you know. And everybody knows that about him. Everybody knows that about him. He's a thief.
Yeah, everybody we talked to had a story. And I'm not joking. Everybody we talked to had a story of him thieving.
Yep.
It may not be true, but they did have a story.
That's what they say. And I don't know. I have a hard time with Fred because
You wonder how much of it is his fault.
I don't know what his motivation is. I don't know if it's because he knows the truth, or he knows the truth, or he's just this guy that tells tall tales and he likes attention.
Uh-huh.
And that's all this is about. Gavel, could you imagine all the attention that has been put on this guy and the shit that he's put out there, and people are just eating it up, thinking that he knows the truth about Summerwell's case, and he may be just a nobody who lived down the road and doesn't know shit.
I mean, I think he is, and I feel comfortable saying that at this point.
That's just crazy. That just blows my mind.
I mean, the other option is that he's hiding something, and I don't believe that. I don't believe he is good enough at that to be hiding something.
I am 50-50. So 50%, 50% I am, he doesn't know shit and he's just making up stories. 50% of me, and this has kicked off ever since people have gone after him and Ziggy has gone after 6 Up. Seeing how aggressively she's gone after 6 Up in correlation with anytime, and again, I mentioned this early on in this live, anytime we would mention Fred, she would flip out. And all of a sudden now, there's this insane amount of drama. This is more than I've seen. I'm sure you've seen more in Summerwell's case. You guys have been here longer than I have. But this is getting insane. This is getting stupid at this point, where she's like milking her subscribers for money for a lawsuit that, you know what, 6 Up, everyone out there who's been following this drama, 6 Up has not been served a single fucking paper. Okay? There's no legal paper that 6 Up has received from Ziggy. Ziggy is asking her subscribers for Cash Apps, PayPals, and all this other shit. And 6 Up hasn't been served. What does that tell you?
Oh,
where's the money going? What's she spending the money on? Where are all the Cash Apps going? Think about it.
She still hasn't served. She still hasn't been served.
No, of course she hasn't. She hasn't received.
It's been going on for days.
You would think, right?
Oh my god. Well, I mean, she's done this before. Driveway Camper Lady has done this before. Raised money to sue somebody.
The other night, it blew my mind when I saw the live where she said, support justice for Ziggy, or like Ziggy's.
Oh, fight for justice. Yeah.
Fight for justice. And guess what's at the top of her description?
Mm-hmm. Fred's Cash App.
The 3 links for the donations. You guys, if you're following Ziggy, if you believe in Ziggy, if you think this is some kind of battle for justice, please, I beg you, wake up. Wake up. Like, understand that this isn't reality. The stuff she's claiming she's doing, I'll tell you what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. 6 Up, not an idiot. Okay? 6 Up is taking advantage of the situation. And if Ziggy wants to file whatever frivolous papers she's going to file, 6 Up is going to take that and she's going to turn it on Ziggy, and she's going to file for, what was it, injunction or sanction? Is that what she called it?
Sanctions, yeah.
Sanctions. She's going to screw herself.
I assume that's what it is. Sanctions,
like,
yes.
You can only go to a certain point when you're faking your subscribers. When you're telling them you're doing something, you can only get to a certain point, and you are literally abusing a system that will punish you for abusing it. And she's going to end up getting punished for going down this fraudulent road, attracting donations from people for things that aren't this. You guys, these threats and this legal bullshit, it's fake. All of this stuff is fake. It's not real. Nobody's getting served with legal papers. Nobody's paying for lawsuits. It's fake. And those of you who are clicking the Cash Apps and the PayPals and whatever else you're clicking in her description and you're giving her money, you are, I'm not going to say you're idiots, but I am going to say that you're you're
They
falling
think they're
into
doing the right things. Yeah, they do.
I think you think you're doing the right things, but you are being sucked into a cult mentality, and you're believing something that isn't real. And you're gonna wake up one day and realize that you've been scammed, and you've lost all of this, whatever, $10, $100, $50, $500. I'm sorry, and I hope that you wake up sooner rather than later and realize this is all bullshit. And 6up is gonna take her to the cleaners if she pushes this too far. It's just the way it's gonna go.
I don't even understand the stuff that she claims like about 6up that 6up she claims has done to her. I watched Ziggy do those things to her, to 6up.
Yeah.
So like, how are you even if what you're saying is true, right? And 6up did this, you get the same thing.
Okay, you follow true crime, right, Gavilees?
Less than I used to. More cases, but
so
yeah.
Jen is obsessed with true crime. She just loves true crime, and she follows the biggest creators. And what we've noticed about the biggest creators, the bigger you get as a creator, the more people review your shit.
Mm-hmm.
And they will play the content of these big creators, and they'll comment on it. And they're not stupid. They know you play about less than 30 seconds of the content, you make a comment. That's called commentary. It's called critiquing. There's like thousands of videos. I'm sorry, but is Ziggy a fucking idiot that she doesn't know this is like 90% of YouTube? That like this is part of being a creator. You know that people are going to critique you.
What I'm wondering too. I mean, you're absolutely right. But you know how many times she said everybody is free to use my my work, my content, because I just want Summer found. But that's not the case now because it's criticism that you disagree with.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, but she said that publicly. How does that sound in court?
Yeah, right. It's not going to go to court. And for one thing, it's not going to go to court. This isn't real. This is all fake bullshit drama. Right off the bat, it's not going to go to court. If this went to court, I mean, can you imagine a judge looking at Ziggy and her past and all the shit she said? 6up would wipe the floor with this woman. Like she would make her look like such an idiot. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
There's a thing too that frivolous lawsuits. There's a thing called anti-slap that determines it's frivolous from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
So I've never worried about anybody like a Ziggy or a Jody Sue trying to sue me because the claims are false. They can't provide evidence because there's
you've heard of anti-slap. I'm sure you know of anti-slap laws, right?
That's what I just said.
Yeah, like I've gotten five. I've gotten 5 cease and desist letters from a scam artist that I exposed like last year, and I think they're concerned we're going to expose them like a larger organization. So I've gotten these letters, and the first letter had no lawyer name. It was like one of those things you can get for $100 online, and you could print it and send it. I'm like, okay, this is funny. Eventually, it amped up to the point where they sent from an actual law firm with a legal header a cease and desist. And so I'm like, okay, I may need to talk about someone about this. So I talked to my friend, lawyer up in Maine where I grew up, and he goes, dude, you can wipe your ass with those things because there's no legal action until something like a cease and desist isn't a legal letter.
Right. It just tells a court if they end up suing, when they do sue, that you warn them that there was some discussion beforehand. Yes.
Right. There's no legal action. There's no legal anything to a cease and desist. They're just warning you if you keep doing what we think you're doing wrong, then we're going to sue you. So fine. Wait until they sue you and then get a lawyer. And then, but anti-slap laws, what I love about it in Tennessee, I love Tennessee because they have anti-slap laws. And
Georgia too.
What's that?
Georgia too, where I am.
I love it. Any state that has anti-slap, I hope all states eventually have it because
me too.
They will as a journalist in the state that has anti-SLAPP laws, not only do you have protection, First Amendment protection, free speech, you're allowed to report on these things, but you can also get that person who tried to shut you up with a frivolous lawsuit to pay all of your legal expenses.
Yes, sir.
It's beautiful. It's like beautiful. So thank God for the First Amendment and for anti-SLAPP laws.
So right, and that builds up to what we've been talking about, you and I, over the past, that we were talking about it in Six Ups chat the other day. This what Ziggy is doing, what Driveway Camper Lady has done for years, is truly defamation.
It is.
These are they're not based in none of these things are based in fact. There is no evidence to back them up because they are not true. I could file defamation lawsuits, and I've had this discussion with a lawyer. I can, but how much money do I want to spend? How far do I want to go? And what do they have that I would even possibly want? Right?
Exactly. Thank you. Yes.
So I'm not concerned with that. So I have to say, I'm ignoring the lies about me.
Yep.
For the most part, right? Unless it's easy, I can pop it out there and say, yeah, this isn't true.
Yep.
But you can't prove a negative, right? So if there's one lie that says, I said I wanted custody of Jody Sue's daughter, or I wanted access to her to get information or whatever.
Right.
I can't prove that's not true because it's somebody saying I said that.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
I do.
But they also can't prove that it's true because it never fucking happened.
Yep. I'll agree with you.
I can't really do anything except say it's not true.
I mean, you could, and you might win. But the problem is, Jen and I have had this discussion often, because if I wanted to, I could burn her to the ground. We have the resources, if we wanted to sue the shit out of things she said about us. Do you realize the defamation and slander and stuff she said about our daughters? I could burn her. Easily.
Right.
I would win tomorrow if I wanted to file a lawsuit and destroy her. What does she have that we need?
Exactly. Well, we're jealous. We're all jealous.
What, bicycles? Like, am I going to get her bicycles? Like, I don't have. There's no.
Don't you want the thing that you're so jealous of that they have?
What?
I don't know. She says we're jealous.
Okay.
We're a bunch of jealous haters.
Yeah, I don't.
And I don't even hate her. I'm not jealous. I don't hate her. I'm just proving when you lie.
Yeah.
Lady,
it would be.
That's it.
But so it would be out of anger. It would be out of. If I did that, it would be because I want to burn her. I want to destroy her life. I want to take down Fred. I want to remove their house. I want to destroy everything they have. Make them file bankruptcy. Could I do that? I'll be honest with you guys. 100% I could fucking do that. Like, I could do that. Of all the things she said on her channel about Jen and I and our kids, yes, I have no problem. Like, I could do that tomorrow. The problem is, what really matters? That would be out of anger. That would be out of anger.
So here's my point, right? And you understand as well, right? We could do it easily. Like the driveway camper lady, I could keep her in court for the rest of her life.
Yeah.
Seriously, no problem. Because this is ridiculous, the crap she comes up with. So what's the other option? I have to ignore it to a large degree, right? And focus on what I'm doing. But if they want to do that, if they want to file a suit against me, it's not going to be what they, I guess, think it is. I guess Ziggy thinks that you just file a lawsuit against somebody and you win it. If she thinks that she's being harassed, she wins it. And that's not the case. That's not how it works.
No.
She said Six Up was throwing drugs into her yard. Seriously. She said one night that she was afraid to be outside on the trampoline. She was going to camp out on the trampoline, but she was afraid that Six Up would go over there and R-word her.
That's why I feel I feel
psycho.
I agree. I know, and I feel so bad. Jen and I talk about this often lately. We feel really bad for 6 Up and what she's going through. And you don't have to feel bad for 6 Up. She is a badass and she will fight this and she will win. But the thing is, it's not, no matter how hard 6 Up is, no matter how tough she is, and we know she's a badass,
it's still not fair.
It's stressful, and you have to deal with this shit that's bullshit, and you still have to deal with it. And we feel so bad for her. We really do. It's horrible. Shouldn't have to deal with this shit, you know?
I agree. I think it's not fair. She just doesn't like that, because 6 Up, she makes fun of her. And I mean, but Ziggy's doing the same thing.
Oh, yeah. All the time.
You see what I'm saying? It's like, well, how can you be mad at somebody doing exactly what you're doing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, a much better job.
That
and more factual.
And at least, I always say 90%. Okay, 50% of YouTube does what 6 Up does. And when we started being creators, we knew that there was going to be review channels that just review you and they critique you. You know?
I didn't, but I wasn't here for a channel either. I was here to talk about something.
Yeah.
So I came at it from a different perspective. I had no idea the links these ridiculous people will go to.
They will review any little thing you do. If you're an actual content creator, you're trying to do something. You're trying to create content. There's going to be channels, and for a while I thought Tragedy Pimp Exposed and 6 Up were those channels. I thought they were that tight, but they're not. They really only care about the tragedy pimps. Honestly, the people that are taking advantage of these cases. If they believe that you're not taking advantage of these missing child cases, they're not going to go after you. The only reason those channels, 6 Up and Tragedy Pimp and the Jerks, they really are. I can't believe I'm saying this because I hated them, not the Jerks, but I didn't like them for a while. They were coming after us so hard, but then I'm coming to understand that they are just focused on protecting these cases. These, especially the children, especially the cases of missing children. They really care about these cases and they really don't want people be exploiting these families. And I understand now. I get it. I totally get it. And you have to be careful about that. So,
yeah.
I do have a final. This is a little funny. It shouldn't. I hate sharing this, but I'm gonna end on a very funny note in a bit. This is from Criminal Owl. It's called Beach Creek Secrets, Part 2. Fred Hill, Holler Monkeys, and Suspicious Vehicles.
It's Criminal.
And it starts off with, I think Gavel Geeks, I think you might have mentioned that the Wells had talked about Fred for a little bit early on in the case and how it changed. This shows how it changed. It's creepy as hell. I don't know what
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I think I've seen it. It's
really weird. So let me share this.
Yay.
And then I'm going to end on the monkeys. I have to end on the monkeys.
Monkeys.
It's just awesome. I mean, you can't talk about Fred without talking about the monkeys. Yeah. Here we go.
You know what? I don't talk about Freddie Hill. I don't know who Freddie Hill is. The only thing I know about Freddie Hill is I'm not going to say this because I don't want it out there. Scared of Fred? Yeah, I'm scared of Fred. Who the hell ain't going to be scared of him? Well, I ain't scared of Fred. I'm scared of Fred. I ain't scared of Fred at all. Fred's very dangerous. He's a very dangerous guy.
Don mentioned Fred as a suspect of his.
Dangerous guy? Is he a dangerous guy? She said this was early in the case too. He's a dangerous guy.
Well, we know of 3 different people who've said that he shot at them. So dangerous in the fact reckless, definitely, I would say.
Oh, right. He has shot people. Good point.
Well, he shot someone and shot at 2 other people have claimed that.
True.
One of them being a 13-year-old.
Holy shit, that's right. He did shoot at, and that's what the Tabitha thing said too. He shot at people.
Marlena said that he shot at them on when they were on 4-wheelers as well. And I don't know, maybe it was the same instance, but I don't. Probably not.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine being Ed Redman and having to have this guy as your next door neighbor?
Oh, and they're trying to make him out to be some kind of terrible dude or something when he just wants a safe neighborhood. And he wants that guy. He does want the land. I don't doubt that at all. But did you guys see what he had to drive by every day?
Well, not only that, there was
the Gorleys had to look at every day in their beautiful retirement property.
There was a environmental report. I'm sure you've seen it.
Yeah.
Right? Of that property leaking disgusting shit, chemicals off the property. And they had to clean it up. Like, it's just, I couldn't imagine having that guy as my neighbor.
It seems like they found it wasn't in the water, or not enough to be an issue. I could be wrong about that, but it does seem like the end result was that it wasn't, killing people, in other words.
Right. It was just leaking. It was leaking in the creek.
Yeah. Good grief.
Whatever it was leaking in the creek.
Well, you've been to Six Flags, right?
Yes.
Places like Six Flags. You know how the rides have that hydraulic sound when you hear the
yes,
different rides and stuff. When the time that we drove by there, he was still living there when I've driven past there before, because we went down to the end to talk to the people who live at the end. And that's what it sounded like in his front yard. He had some kind of hydraulic machine in the front yard with smoke pouring out of it. I was just like, what in the heck is going on?
Oh my God.
It was crazy. It was just, it was a mess.
Yep. I don't know.
In the beginning, but later stopped talking about him.
He has blamed Fred.
Yeah.
And Fred done put the word up to him. You say my name again, and he'll kill him.
You say my name again, Dawn Wells, I'm going to kill you. Apparently, that was said. So. And then they stopped mentioning Fred, apparently, after that.
I think Fred's a big talker, too.
Yeah.
So I know he is with Z. We've heard it, where she thinks he's some kind of big, tough man. It's the weirdest thing. She gets super excited hearing him talk about shooting that man. That is creepy. Very creepy.
I am gonna mention something real quick. This is something that I've noticed on her channel. Her subscribers like to say it, which is really ironic because she keeps saying that Fred is soft spoken. But somebody sent me a different clip of a comment that was made about someone else, about some other topic. But I scrolled down and one of her commenters said, Ryan is so effeminate. He's so soft spoken. Like, what's wrong with him? And I was thinking about that. I was really thinking about that. And it made me realize that there's definitely a stereotype about guys in particular. If you're not boisterous, if you're not pompous, if you're not an asshole, then you're not considered masculine, or you're weak or something. And one thing that did you grow up in the time frame of like Karate Kid?
Oh yeah, I remember seeing Karate Kid.
Okay, so my favorite character, I loved Karate Kid. I love that movie. I love martial arts in general. I do.
Wax on, wax off.
I'm obsessed with martial arts, and I loved Mr. Miyagi. And the reason I loved Mr. Miyagi is because of that scene at the end of Karate Kid 1, the first movie. And he's a small Asian guy, quiet, not opposite of pompous. And so he's in the parking lot after his student beat the shit out of this instructor's student, and the instructor is the epitome of masculinity, of like pumped, pompous,
toxic masculinity.
talks big shit. He's like, I'm gonna kill you, you son of a bitch, blah blah blah. And Mr. Miyagi, who again, he's always that character, that personality, that type. Walk softly and carry a big stick has always been my what I believe in. I believe you need to be able to protect yourself, but you don't have to be pompous asshole. And that scene where he was standing in the parking lot, he's minding his own business, and this pompous asshole masculine guy walks up to him and he's talking shit and he's like, I'm gonna kill you, you son of a bitch, blah blah blah. And then he goes to swing, and what's beautiful, and this is what I believe in self-defense, is you take the attack of the person who's coming at you. This is what you're taught. If you're truly a martial artist, this is what you believe, is you take the energy in a fight. You want to conserve your energy. You don't want to be the person that wastes all your energy in a fight. And Mr. Miyagi in this scene, the guy goes to punch him. He's talking shit about him. He's talking like he's a big man, and he goes to attack. And Mr. Miyagi, all he does is he goes like this. He dodges to the side, and the guy's hand goes through the car window. He rips his arm up. It's bleeding like shit. Mr. Miyagi used his own attack, the guy's attack, against him. He hurt himself. Like, Mr. Miyagi didn't do anything. He just dodged. That's all he did. And he used the energy of the guy's attack against him. And it didn't happen once, it happened twice. The guy punched again, and it went through another car window, and he was bleeding and he was messed up. In my opinion, masculinity doesn't mean talking big, acting like you can beat the shit out of anyone. It means being patient, being silent, and only using aggression or defense or aggression when you have to. And so all of the people who are saying that you're effeminate if you are silent and you don't fight back or you don't talk big, I don't know what to tell you other than thank you. Those, and I don't abuse Jen, by the way, just so you know, the people who follow Ziggy. And I guess she had a live at some point that there were a bunch of claims that I abused Jen. That I'm abusive toward Jen. No thoughts? And here's the thing, like, in a live like this tonight, Jen didn't want to come live. I didn't force her to. She can make her own choice to do what she wants to do. And Ziggy said, "Oh, right, she doesn't come live because she doesn't believe in what he says." Jen has her own opinion. She can do whatever she wants. I don't force her to do anything. And so that's all I'm going to say on that. Have you heard Fred talking? I heard Fred mumbling in the background. I know they don't know either of us. So we're going to talk about, we're going to get into, we're going to end on this. I don't know, and I don't understand how people can take this guy seriously. I'll be honest with you. And I heard this a long time ago when I first started this case, and I was looking at Fred and trying to understand his mentality. I heard this story, and I just don't, this part, I don't know. I don't understand, like, how anyone can take him seriously. Anything he says about anybody, about locals, how so abusive. I know, Jan, I'm so sorry. I know I'm violent. I apologize. How'd you like your takeout tonight, by the way, that I abusively ordered?
But we met you guys at Summer's Day one year, and I did not get that vibe at all. So
yeah, thank you.
I can say that. You both seem very sweet together.
Thank you. We're going to talk about the monkeys. Are you ready for the monkeys?
Yes.
All right. This was Fred describing how there are monkeys. There are monkeys, and they're not little monkeys, you guys. These are big monkeys on Ben Hill Road. You ready?
Oh, does this have the description, Ryan?
Oh, yeah, it's got the whole thing. You ready for it?
Yes. Yeah, great.
All right, here we go. This is Fred Hill describing the monkeys that he spent time with on Ben Hill Road.
In 1944, this man, he passed away, and he had monkeys at the time. And see, they turned them monkeys loose in here, and they're still in here. And that's why a lot of people don't fool around in here, because of the monkeys.
Oh, wait a second. Andy, are you still in the chat? Have you seen any of the monkeys? Andy, are you still there?
I've asked before, and the answer was no.
I am into, I'll be honest with you, I am fascinated by stories about cryptoids, Bigfoot, all that stuff. I want to see one someday.
I have squonks all over my desk. My husband loves cryptids.
I love it.
Squonks, my favorite.
I'm gonna find one someday. I'm gonna find the wild man of Tennessee that is a legend in this area, but I haven't found one. I thought maybe this story would lead me to some monkeys on Beach Creek, but you know, I've never seen a monkey in the creek. Andy says, "All right, all right." I don't know. Listen to Fred describe them. They come into his trailer. They spend time with him. They're like right there.
You'll get aggressive.
Maybe Pawpaw's seen them.
Especially if you by yourself.
You've seen monkeys out here?
Big monkeys. No, they climb trees like you think and stuff. They stay on the ground and stuff. I mean,
big.
I'm talking about 150, 200 pounds monkeys. They come in right here. I only talk about the edge of woods and into a trailer and stuff. That's crazy.
Oh, Jen, listen.
I'm talking about
shapeshifters.
You can hear them coming.
He keeps going though.
What's coming?
I'm talking about 30, 40 feet come and run.
It says hey.
The monkey.
Yeah, monkeys. They go human like face.
What I love is Ziggy's like, the monkeys?
Like she knows it's not true, but she'll go, guys, I believe the monkeys.
Yeah.
I smell them. I smelled them. No, you smell cow poop is what you smell.
Yeah. It's the next part of the story is what blew my mind. It wasn't like he saw them from a distance. He was friends with them. He spent time with them. 200-pound monkeys.
With a human face.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Or human-like face.
Actually, I think he said they look like a lion, like a mane.
He said they have a lion's mane.
That's why.
They go human like face. They go more like a beard line, but they go like a mane like a lion.
Look at Don.
I ain't never experienced some of the stuff. You'd think it was an owl at first, but once they cut loose, you know right off that it's not no owl, you know.
An owl.
Because they sound like names and everything. I mean, it's crazy.
Wow.
According to Siggy, Fred Hill is a good guy. She also says that he doesn't come off as very intelligent, which I'm guessing.
Okay, whatever. Yeah, okay, yeah. So yeah, I heard a clip somewhere. I thought it was in this one, but he talks about how they came down, hung out with him, just monkeys hanging out at the trailer.
With lions' manes.
Yeah. In that area, don't they call the meth heads meth monkeys though?
No, they started calling him a meth monkey after the story started.
Yes. Jen, you're right. You're right. Jen's right. They just whatever comes out of his mouth. Well,
she justified him saying there was a prostitution ring set up on Beach Creek and down at the shed with the prices on the menu board, and that Rose Bly, who's been missing since 2009, worked there, and he met her, and she let that slide.
Oh, come on. Oh my gosh.
He was talking about somebody else. He thought it was Rose Bly.
Yeah.
But there's no record of it anywhere. Nobody remembers it.
I don't know. I don't know.
Neither.
So Gavel, I'm looking forward. I am looking forward to traveling down this road with you, looking at every single
Me
person.
too.
Right?
I'll take the list of names too, and start kind of digging around to see what I already have, and then what else I can find.
Every person he has gone after, every person they've raised suspicion over, combination of your research. I will go if you don't have enough to debunk, and you probably do in most cases, to completely debunk whatever the claims are. I will go boots on the ground and we'll interview them, and we're gonna rip this shit apart because I'm sick of it. I'm so sick of it.
Yes, I love it. I'm excited.
Right. Good.
Yeah, and if you guys think of any people, you could like comment on Ryan's live. Is that okay with you, Ryan? Anybody that we haven't thought of that you would like to see us bust open these little stories they're telling about people?
Just a deep
I'm telling you
dive.
that the Andy on the road is huge. That's going to take a while to get all that put together because there is so much, and you can debunk every aspect of it. It's just ridiculous. So
yeah, obviously Andy's willing to talk about whatever. So he already has. I mean, we could probably pull together clips of stuff he's already said. Anyway, Andy Bernard is probably the easiest to debunk because there's so much supporting the fact that he wasn't there that day. But that's probably a good starting point. Actually, we probably
he's got a more solid alibi than anybody else on that road.
I agree.
That's crazy to me.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for being willing to invest your time in helping us do this.
Oh, thank you for having me. This was really cool. I appreciate it.
Awesome.
And thanks, everybody. I'm going to hop down and let you say bye. So thanks, everybody. And thanks again, Ryan and Jen. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Jenny.
Bye.
So, everyone, we are on a mission. Obviously, deflection. Yes, Jen. We are going to, this is going to be a focus point, I think, for at least a portion of our research. This isn't all we're going to do. This isn't all we're focused on. But I think it's important. I think it's really important because locals have been attacked long enough. These claims, it started with Bill Shipley. We have the Steve Miller. Steve Miller helped us debunk 5 lies, if not more. I'm just guesstimating, that came out over the years. He gave us a whole bunch of amazing truth. And I appreciate, thank you, Stephen, for being willing to talk. Thank you, Bill Shipley, for being willing to talk. We're going to dig into, it's okay, Tracy. Yes, rewatch crew. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. It's been a long one. This is 4.5 hours is the longest I've ever been live, but Gavel Geeks has so much information, and I knew she'd be helpful in this live. And this is an area we want to focus on. I think it's going to help us get to the truth on Summer's case. I really do. I really think that these distractions, this drama, everything that we're seeing going on right now is intentional, and we can't ignore it. If we ignore it, we wouldn't be doing you all justice and looking in the right direction. So the right direction, in my opinion, is looking at the lies, debunking them, and looking in the opposite direction of the lies. Because lies have a reason and lies have a purpose, and they're meant to misdirect people. And if they're meant to misdirect people, then the truth is in the opposite direction. So, and no, it's okay. It's so helpful having someone help me out, Gavel. There's so much content to cover, so much to discuss, and I'm really looking forward to our next live together where we dig through each one of these lies and disinformation and start exposing some of the truth. It's what we're all about, right? Right finds truth. So thank you guys. Thank you, Glenda. Thank you, Nana for Life. Thank you, Bill Shipley. Steve, if you're out there watching this, appreciate you letting me talk to you this past weekend. That interview is coming out this weekend. And we're going to keep working our best to work with integrity and honesty and truth and do the right thing in everything we do and dealing with locals and covering this case. You can trust us for that. We're going to do the best we can. We're not perfect. We don't always do the right thing, but we're going to try to do the right thing. And in this case, I believe this is the right path. So thank you all. Love you all. Thank you for staying with us for 4.5 long hours. Thank you, Gavel Geeks, for the depth of research you've done over the years. Appreciate you so much. Love you all. Appreciate you all. And we'll see you next time.